I don't even have the game up. I'm just so excited. Oops. Okay, hold on. I gotta get the game up. My bad. But too late. Stream started. Stream is on. Okay, I already did the update, so I shouldn't. I don't worry about the update getting in the way. Okay. Hopefully this loads fine, because yeah, usually what I do is I start the stream first, and then I do Streamlabs second, because the game I don't think the game likes loading while Streamlabs is up. But hey, I don't think I've done this since I did all my updates, so we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I gotta grab the new logo and make a new icon out of it, which is gonna be a hassle, but I'll try to do it. Because I always make a new logo for my desktop. I'll say, I mean, it didn't really take that long to get to the character selection screen, so maybe we're good. All right. Here we are. Endeavors are going to reset in 3 minutes. I can't believe I actually made it, but doesn't matter because I did all my endeavors anyway. Wait a minute, I have lavender. Oh yeah, that's right. I have lavender cookies on my friends list. That's right. I make so many friends I can't keep track. Honestly, it might be best if I just... Whoa. What's going on? One, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's a 5-second delay. I think whatever was happening is not happening anymore. No, the frames are really bad. What's going on? The frames are awful. I guess that wasn't so bad.
Because I'm a potato.
Because I'm a potato. How you doing, Olivia? I'm just testing out my frames because my frames were being a little bit weird, but it looks better now. I think it's just because I started up the game after I started up Streamlabs, which is not what I usually do. I'll be trying to keep my eyes on it. Anyway, so, yes, I'm going to be going over things. I mean, I already did my endeavors for today, so well, endeavors just reset, but Poisons, Furnishings, Holiday Quest, because the Elsewhere event is starting today. Philly Dungeon Bosses and North Elsewhere. All very easy. And Cropsford, if you're into that kind of thing. So, I am going to just kind of start out with pulling up the stream for all those who are interested. And I got another frame drop there, which is weird. Also, thank you, sucks. Suspogzy for the follow. It's appreciated. Okay, so let's pull up Bethesda's Twitch. Let's also open up my chat here so I can see what you guys are saying. Okay, here we go. I don't need to do the reveal portion because, you guys know what it is. This isn't an ESO factoid title for the stream. Yes, it is. Did you know that I'm a freaking genius? I bet you thought I was going to say fucking, but I didn't. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over the stream in general for what was shown today. I'm probably going to skip around at points, but I do want to at least show you guys some stuff. I'm going to keep the chat here. What is happening? Did my stream just freeze up for you guys? Did my stream just freeze? Oh, no, I accidentally pressed pause. Sorry. But you did just say it. You made breakfast. What's for breakfast? It's 1 a.m. That's fine. Breakfast is for any time. Literally, it's just breaking fast. Right? So, it's for any time. Let's see. Okay. This is what I want. I don't really know what the volume is going to be like, and also you can't see my face, which is nice. That's pretty cool. So, give me a second. I mean, like, I know you guys are looking at the time, but again, I'm going to be skipping probably to show you interesting things. I don't know if I'm going to go through all 30 minutes. Sausage, egg, and cheese A little extra cheese per request. Request for yourself? Tell me if like things are too quiet or too loud. Oh, wait, no, hold on. I think I have Twitch on mute. Yeah, of course it's gonna be too quiet. Eh. No? Okay. I'm gonna try watching this in its source quality. From a cheese lover. Okay, alright. Cheese lover. Not Bastion then. It's all very dark. No, hold on, okay. Shh, shh, quiet. Oh, that's right, they gave us a timer. This was all very tiny. What are we gonna do for 50 seconds? It's unfortunate that we have to wait and we can't just skip ahead. Honestly, like, I don't really... Okay, 30, let's skip ahead to 45, 55, there we go. I don't hear anything. I feel like I'm supposed to be hearing something. I'm definitely supposed to be hearing something, but I'm hearing nothing. At all. What's going on? I'm supposed to be hearing something. Don't tell me to be quiet. I'll destroy you. I mean, there's supposed to be sound, right? Yeah, there's nothing. I'm hearing nothing. I ain't hearing shit. What the heck? Why? Why? Where's the sound? Where's the sound? Okay. Let me think. Let me pull up my system sounds, maybe? That might be it. Maybe? No. Are you on OBS? I'm on Streamlabs OBS. Okay, hold on, let me figure this out. What is happening? Why is there no sound? Will there be sound for this video?
Sweet.
There's sound for this video. Okay, so it's definitely this one. What if I kind of did this? Okay, yeah. For some reason it's quiet. It wasn't quiet when we were watching. It had a ticking sound. So this is just a weird portion of the recording. It's not my system or anything. Okay, now we're getting right to business. Here we go. It's just quiet.
Welcome to the 2023 global reveal. He's also quiet. I can't hear him. I don't know what's wrong with this recording. There's something wrong here.
When's the sound gonna kick in?
We'll take you back.
Okay, somewhere in here. Somewhere in
event.
here. Somewhere like right. Wait for it.
Details on
There
Elder
we
Scrolls
go.
Online's next adventure.
Sound.
That includes one of the most
Minute and
requested
40
features
seconds
from
in.
the ESO community, a new playable class.
You familiar with
called
OBS?
The Arcanist. Matt also revealed that the new
I'm sure you
chapter,
are.
called Necrom, will take you back to a familiar location in Tamriel, Morrowind. And
So his lip syncing is a little bit off, but whatever.
while there, you'll run into a familiar face, a well-known Daedric prince from the Skyrim Dragonborn DLC.
Okay, just to be fair, just to be fair, Armias Moore is not from the Skyrim. Well, he is from the Skyrim Dragonborn DLC because that's what a lot of people know him from. You know, it's a decade old at this point, but he's been in the lore for like ever. He's not like from Skyrim. You're not good at reading lips. Lack of sound does not make happy Olivia. Well, there's sound now, right? There's sound now, so it'll be fine.
That's just a taste of what's to come. We've got a lot of ground to cover, so let's get started. Once again, it's my great pleasure to introduce the Elder Scrolls Online's creative director and my friend, Rich Lambert. Hey, Rich.
Hey, Pete.
Good to see you here.
Yeah, it's so great to be back to talk with you.
Is there not sound for you guys? Oh, yeah, okay, no, never mind. Olivia's... I trust Olivia. I don't trust Drizzy. is there sound. You can't fool me.
About all the new fun things the team's been working so hard on. I can't wait to share it with you all.
All right, it's time to talk Necrom. Are you excited?
I'm thrilled for this year. We're going to be exploring a new story and theme centered around the Dark Elves and Hermaeus Mora. The best way to describe this story is Shadow over Morrowind. But before I go into any more detail,
Okay, so first things first. Well, one, I'm gonna get DC'd for just standing here, but whatever. First things first is just like, damn, man, like this looks nuts. Really, that hurts. Be trustworthy, and I'll trust you. So essentially, I mean, the way that Necrom's described is having, you know, the white towers and the lofty white walls, and obviously it's got to be by the coast, so that's pretty sweet. So I mean, like, yeah. Yes, there's probably gonna be Silt Striders, at least one. I would dare say, there's probably gonna be one. And yes, you did scare me with that a little bit. So yeah, I mean, for one, this just looks incredible to the point where, like, I was trying not to get emotional over the fact that it looked so good, because mom and dad were there and I didn't want to embarrass myself. But I mean, like, this looked like how I imagined it, and it's also cool that they're giving the chapter a little name. In fact, now that I think about it, I actually didn't put this together until now. The dungeons are connected to this, which means that we're not fully abandoning the year-long story. Well, we are, but we're extending it to multi-year long, so it might mean that the dungeons still carry a general theme. The dungeons are going to be connected to this as well. So it's cool that they gave it a name, Shadow over Morrowind, because I always like seeing what the chapter, like, general vibe name is going to be, and I'm happy to see that they did that this year. There will be 18, and one will be named Charles. Did you know that in Morrowind, I'm pretty sure I'm getting this right, in Morrowind, The Elder Scrolls 3, there is a random plant in a random shop somewhere in Vivec City that is named Charles the Plant. So that's hilarious that you say that. Maybe there'll be a Silt Strider named Charles in honor of Charles the Plant. That's hilarious that you say that. So you can see Hermaeus Mora up there in the sky. He's not going to be up there in the sky probably during the quest unless that happens at some point. That's just to show, you know, that he's got his eye on everything. He's got his eyes on everywhere. It's cool to see the mushroom vibes again. You know, that's pretty sweet. And I mean, let's just continue because they got some really good visuals here.
Jill, we've got a great way to introduce you to the mood and feel of this arc. It's Elder Scrolls meets cosmic horror, and I can't wait for you all to see it.
Well, they don't have to wait any longer. This is the Elder Scrolls Online Necrom.
Sorry, we get a trailer. I'm just gonna let you guys watch.
He's definitely a Hermaeus Mora cultist because he's got the symbol on his chest.
That was awesome. Those mushroom towers really take me back.
Yep.
And some powerful moments in there. But let's start with breaking down the story in Necron.
Let's start with what in the heck was happening there. I mean, for one, visuals are just amazing, right? Just pour salt on it; it'll go down easy. The whole general vibe. I mean, for one, I think the general concept is you really got to get used to the fact that Hermaeus Mora's he's not really the good or bad guy here. He's just kind of here, you know. He might do things to get his way that will be unsavory, but he's not like going to go out of his way just to probably kill somebody. He's just he just wants his books. The guy just wants his books. So I like the way that they showed him. He's creepy, but he's not like actively trying to do anything. Just or beat it in a staring contest. That's Hermaeus Mora. He's not an it. He's a Daedric prince. He's a Daedric prince of fate, of knowledge. He's pretty much like, you know, he knows things that no one can know, and he's definitely the very Lovecraftian Daedric prince of the Elder Scrolls franchise. That's why they said it's going to be very cosmic horror, which is what it should be. Kind of hoping that everything leads to the Battlespire eventually, because that would fit perfectly with all this. But so yeah, you could see that Arcanist there was, you know, it was using his abilities, and it's hard to tell what's happening. Like what's even going on. This Daedra guy is apparently doing something displeasurable, and she's trying to kick his ass. Driz, could you take care of that, please? You can tell I'm rubbing my hands together. I'm actually swaying my seat back and forth, which is equally as sexy. Thank you. All right, next portion.
Everything centers around Hermaeus Mora. We've explored small pieces of who this prince is in a few zones in ESO up to this point, but they're a complicated Daedric prince. Mora is the knower of unknown and hoards knowledge.
I think he just used the term "there," like they're a complicated Daedric prince.
We've explored small pieces of who this prince is in a few zones in ESO up to this point, but they're a complicated Daedric prince.
Yeah, I just heard there, which is, you know, it works. What the heck was that? Hermaeus Mora, my dude. Hermaeus Mora, the Daedric prince of fate and knowledge. And this is Apocrypha. So this is his realm. As you can see, he likes books. He's a very book. Oh, you mean the bot? Yeah, it was just a bot. Don't mind the bots. He's a very book-centric guy. He wants to collect every little bit of knowledge that he can. So, I mean, like, just imagine what's in every single one of these books. That just makes up his realm.
Mora is the knower of unknown and hoards knowledge and secrets in their realm. Some of these secrets are just too dangerous for any being to know. There are hidden powers that threaten Mora's realm of Apocrypha, with the ultimate goal of uncovering one of these secrets. A secret so important and so dangerous that if discovered, it can unravel all of reality.
This isn't just Tamriel.
Okay, so hold on. I haven't gone through this since I watched it. So like, let's look at these clips right here for a second.
Uncovering one of these secrets. A secret so important and so dangerous that if...
Okay, so this looks like it could be a Nedic ruin. It looks like a Nedic ruin to me. Yeah, you can see the Nedic inscriptions down here with the post. So this is some potentially like ancient Nedic cult for Hermaeus Mora. I'm going to assume that this is a dungeon, because there really wouldn't be ruins like this, I don't believe, in Morrowind. But you do see over here on the side, there's a small plaque showing the tribunal on the left. But this is definitely something that you would see, you know, in something like Hammerfell. So we might be getting maybe another dungeon in Craglorn, for example. We might even be getting that.
Discovered.
I mean, like, there's a very unique door here. Maybe even a prequel quest. I guess a prequel quest could also have this. But yeah, it's all very unique assets here.
Unravel all of reality.
This isn't just Tamriel that's in trouble. This is all of Nirn.
Yeah.
I would say like the Mundus, maybe even the Arbus, but okay.
Absolutely.
So where do our players fit into the mix?
Players are essentially being tested by Mora to see if they are worthy to help aid them. So over the course of this adventure, players will become sort of a protector of this ultimate secret that these hidden powers are searching for.
This clip is insane, though. I mean, just look at that. It's just gorgeous. You can see Necrom out the back. If that's not Necrom, then it's just like towers that are like Necrom style. But it probably is because of the big ribcage rocks. You really see decor for a dungeon, and that glass is played differently is decor. Well, I mean, what do you mean? I mean, like, in like Red Petal Bastion, there's like a gazillion containers. Usually don't like using the power of Daedric Princess, but Hermaeus Mora is a different story. Hermaeus Mora, yeah, is definitely not the worst. He's not the worst Daedric pal that you could have. He can be pretty chill. He's just very scary looking, you know. But he's good when you get to know him, sort of. But, oh yeah, there's a Way Shrine as well. You can see a Way Shrine. The Way Shrine design. This is going to be like the new Way Shrine design over here. So that's pretty sweet. Big tower, a lot of Telvanni. There's going to be a lot of Telvanni. A big Telvanni tower here. Man, this is fun. Like, I'm just going through this again, you know, because I get to go piece by piece instead of things just being clips.
There's also an opportunity for players to
Another clip of Apocrypha, you know. And I love the windows because the windows look like sideways eyes. That's pretty sweet.
seek out other knowledge if they wish.
And these book columns look like tentacles, which is just fantastic. I mean, look at that. Look how many books this guy has. It's insane. I mean, just like imagine what do you think these books are of? Don't answer that.
To dig into some of the origins of our new playable class.
Okay, there's one of the, I forget what these are called. These little floaty things. I forget what it's called, but here's one of them. I've seen it before.
In the Arcanist.
Cool new playable class. I am so in, and I know a lot of our players are as well. Now, we're heading back to Morrowind this year. But
For reference, the last time that we got a class in The Elder Scrolls Online was 2019 when we got the Necromancer with with Elsewhere. That was like way back, you know. That was the year after I started playing. So it's been a while since we've got a class.
it's not the Morrowind that everyone knows from the Elder Scrolls 3 or even from the 2017 chapter of ESO. So
Now hold on, just give me a second here. If you listen carefully, in the background, you can hear music from the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. Rearranged. It does not appear in the Vardenfell zone. So I'm going to assume, just assuming, that this is music that we will hear in the zone. So we're probably going to be getting more remixes of traditional Morrowind music, which is just tear-jerking, honestly. Because it just sounds so good if you listen to it in the background.
I know a lot of our players are as well. Now, we're heading back to Morrowind this year, but it's not the Morrowind that everyone knows from the Elder Scrolls 3 or even from the 2017 chapter of ESO. So it's going to be familiar, different, a little bit of both?
Yes, sir. We're going to be exploring the eastern portion of Morrowind, specifically the Telvanni Peninsula.
Welcome to What Has Caused So Much Trouble in the Past 10 hours? Alright, so I guess it's actually been less than 10 hours, but this has caused a little bit of trouble here. All right, and I'm gonna bring this up. So the Telvanni Peninsula, as we know it, is this northern tip. These islands right here are like Telvanni Islands, and Port Telvannis is here as well. So this is what we know as the Telvanni Peninsula. However, it seems like they're calling this section the Telvanni Peninsula, despite the fact that it's generally known to be like Indoril territory. So I'm assuming that the Telvanni have like stretched their land like way too far, like much further than they should have, and they will probably explain that. I'm not gonna freak out until I really know what's going on, because it sounds like the Telvanni are causing problems. So I'm gonna just wait. I mean, it could be that, you know, in the third era, things are pushed further, or maybe the later second era, things are pushed further north. It could be by the end of the quest, the Telvanni are on their way out. We don't know, because this isn't generally considered the Telvanni Peninsula, even though technically it is a peninsula. And if it belongs to the Telvanni at this point, then they can call it the Telvanni Peninsula. But that's been causing a lot of issues. What about that area to the right? The islands? Yeah, those are Telvanni. Those are Telvanni lands over there. I wouldn't be too surprised if they gave us a whole other DLC up there called Telvanni at some point. But like, I don't know when. But I wouldn't be too shocked if they did that eventually. You want to visit previously aired land? What does that mean? Oh, oh, yeah. That's very rich in lore, and I don't think we're ever gonna go there ever. I don't think we can go to previously aired. I'm pretty sure Todd Howard said it was off limits. So, anyways, so yeah, this Telvanni Peninsula thing has been causing a lot of issues, but technically this whole thing is a peninsula geographically, and if the Telvanni own it at this point, they can call it the Telvanni Peninsula. Will it always be that way? I don't think so. I would not be surprised if like the lore master just says, yeah, later on they're pushed further to the north because that's just where they end up. But at the moment, the Telvanni seem to have a heavy presence here. We can see things that I'm pretty excited to see because these are things that I've been looking forward to. Over here, you can see Kemelz. This is a Dwemer ruin in a book that came out with Morrowind. It's about an expedition about a guy that goes to a ruin, and like I remember him like breaking into a main chamber and being chased by like a Dwemer automaton in the dark and all that stuff. And I was thinking, man, I want to go to it because he describes it so well, and I thought it was interesting. So it's cool that we're actually gonna be able to go there. Tel Draloth down here doesn't sound familiar to me, but I'm interested to see what it is. And Necrom obviously is right up here.
It's still home to the Dunmer or the Dark Elves, so you're going to see that familiar alien landscape with the giant mushrooms and all the like. But it's got a very different feel than any of the locations that we've previously explored.
And I'm guessing the city we saw, that was Necrom, yes?
Yep.
And we haven't seen that since the Elder Scrolls Arena, and it looks very different now.
The Elder Scrolls Arena.
1994.
You'll invent planes and travel to previously aired. If this new class is to your liking, to heck with being a vampire necro. So yeah, Necrom was installed into the lore in Arena. You know, you get to go there, and it's obviously, as you can imagine, it's just a bunch of blocky buildings and ash falling from the sky. So, this is the like way it actually looks. You know, you're not looking at a placeholder. What pretty much that's what it's like when you're playing Arena. You're just kind of like gotta use your imagination. You don't have to anymore. The games do it for you.
Yeah, a lot has changed since then. But yeah, Necrom is the main city in the chapter. And there's so much...
So yeah, when I saw this, I pretty much cried. I mean, like, this is, like, exactly how I imagined it. You got the tall towers, you've got the white, bony color, and it looks very, like, Mesopotamian. It's got the domes that you see, like, on Vardenfell. It's just... I don't know. I've honestly never seen something that makes me feel like, you know, it's like, this is just pulled straight out of my mind. So this is incredible. This is where the Dunmer like bring their dead here, and essentially there's a gigantic tomb underneath the city where, you know, that's where they entomb the dead. The city is neutral, which is fun. I'm getting ahead of myself because they explain this later on, but the city is neutral, which is huge lore because no one's really understood who owns Necrom. People have assumed, is it Drez? Is it Indoril? You know, we don't know. At least at the point of ESO, because you can't say what happens in the future. You really can't. But at least at this point, the city is owned by no one. It is completely neutral ground, and I feel like that's just perfect because, you know, this is a holy city where you're interring your dead, and I don't really feel like any house would want to have their dead, you know, interned in a city where it's like, oh no, Indoril owns it. You know, Telvanni are like, fuck off. I don't want to put my dead here. But if it's neutral ground, it's perfect. And I think that's a really cool lore idea. And it just shocked me because it's like a mystery that we've had for years that no one's ever thought of. It just belongs to nobody. But there is a very interesting sort of political system here that I'm wondering if they're going to capitalize on, like priests and whatnot. So yeah, they're going to show you a lot of the good visuals here.
Amazing lore around this. It's a city of the dead where Dunmer families from all over Morrowind bury their deceased in these elaborate ceremonies. But there's also some really just wild rumors as to the origins of Necrom. It's a crazy old city, but I'll leave that up to CJ to kind of dig into in just a little bit.
Now, finally, Necrom isn't the only cool location that players are going to get to explore. So tell us about the zone that I'm pretty familiar with, and some of our players will be too, and that's Apocrypha.
Okay, so, yeah, so Apocrypha is what I'm, even though they don't like show a map or anything, Apocrypha seems to be the other half of the DLC. It might be that Morrowind is 3/4 and Apocrypha is 1/4, but because I really don't know what the area is. But you know, this is pretty much what I assumed that we were going to be getting this year is Apocrypha / Morrowind, and so it just looks fantastic. Really.
Yes, the Oblivion Realm, home to forbidden knowledge.
Also home to the know-it-all Daedric Prince that we just saw, Hermaeus Mora. It's always great to revisit other areas of Tamriel that we haven't seen in an Elder Scrolls game, but I know the folks at ZOS like to build everything from scratch. So when it comes to the Prince's Realm, it's...
Okay, so this is weird because you honestly like there's a big ammonite there you can see on the I know it smells damn in there. You can see this big ammonite here on the left, right? I'm just seeing ammonites everywhere lately. Like when we were doing the quest with the Wall of Life, it looked at the very, very bottom, it looks like there's an ammonite kind of drawing, and then you can read about ammonites in High Isle. And now we've got like, I mean, I know he's got an ocean vibe. You can literally see a ship and it looks like seaweed, but I mean, like, it's weird. I'm just seeing ammonites everywhere.
It's not just like a carbon copy of what we've seen before, right?
The Apocrypha that you know and love from Skyrim it's definitely there. The dark inky waters, the towering stacks of books, you know, those unique yellow-green skies. But like always, we love being able to explore new areas, love putting our own spin on things, and we want to make this our own and give the players new fun things to explore and learn.
It's so exciting. Sounds like a great blend.
Yeah, it's a Realm of Oblivion. I mean, like you can do that. You could probably release like 50 Apocrypha zones and be like, this is just a different portion of Apocrypha, and everyone's like, okay. Apocrypha is definitely a place, this expansion, hopefully with less instant death bugs than Skyrim.
The old and the new when it comes to like the biomes and the places the players are going to be exploring in Necrom. And in fact, let's explore more of Necrom right now with more details from the team.
For the regions in Morrowind and Apocrypha that have been explored in previous Elder Scrolls games, we approached them carefully, making sure on one side it felt like a trip down memory lane, but also providing new experiences for everyone. Our destination this time was the Telvanni Peninsula, an area we visited in the very first Elder Scrolls game, Arena. We also caught a glimpse of its coastline in Test 3, Morrowind. This is the first time any game has returned to these lands in almost 30 years, and we were really excited to bring them back. The giant mushrooms and distinctive fungus-covered Telvanni towers are back, of course. The East Asian influences at work in some of the architecture and general aesthetics also return, as does the alien landscape so crucial to representing the lands around Vardenfell. For many players, Morrowind was their first introduction to an open-world RPG, and this concept was reflected in the expansive environments of Test 3. ESO has always honored this basic idea, the idea of a world ripe for wandering, and our depiction of the Telvanni coast will reflect this. The sense of odd scale you may feel walking through it are paramount. In terms of differences, we've crafted a modern view of the city of Necrom, not seen since 1994. Getting to work on something Elvish which predates the Tribunal is particularly interesting. Necrom is the Dunmer City of the Dead, where all prominent Dark Elves gather to pay respects and lay to rest their honored departed. Lord Vivec, known as the warrior poet, spun some wild stories about the city's foundations, which may or may not be true.
Okay, so what he's covering is there is a sermon of Vivec where Vivec encounters Satasil and Almalexia for like the first time, I believe, and then faces against this beast, and I can't remember the beast's name. Something Jill. He faces this beast, and he basically tells the beast that he has to die because it's in his nature. The beast does not agree with that, but eventually dies anyway. I need to read it again. And then, like, basically, that's the foundation of Necrom, is that beast's death. It's like his corpse. And as you can see, there's like a very bony feel to it. It almost looks like a giant rib cage is around the city. However, the thing is, though, this city predates the Tribunal, right? It's before Vivec was even a thing. So it's just kind of like, what's going on here? And it sounds like they're going to be covering that, which is to cover a sermon of Vivec, with that close proximity, is going to be interesting, especially when you're bringing Hermaeus Mora into the mix. So we'll see what they do there.
But what's definitely true is that the Dark Elves have a particular reverence for the city and its solemn purpose in their culture. It's naturally a cool thing to be able to contribute in any significant way to a long-standing piece of Elder Scrolls lore. For the Telvanni Coast, we had a lot of fun playing with the legend of Necrom's foundation. Specifically, the lore of Vivec himself having defeated the great beast Gulgamorgil, whose bones
That was it.
supposedly lay the foundations for the city. Entering Necrom for the first time, you're bound to notice the towering rib-like rock formations which envelop the city. The Dunmer have even added some runic symbols on the faces of the rocks themselves in recognition of their supposed origins.
Vivec's Atlas. It was a totally different place. It was pretty. Also related to Vivec. This portion is very interesting to me. I thought that was a thing on my phone screen, but it turns out that's just Ash. So this right here, this right here is this just took my breath away. These like inscribings, probably Chimer, just on the inside, gigantic. On the inside of these like just pillaring rocks that look like you're inside a giant rib cage. I don't know. It's just stunning. It's like, I don't even know what these symbols mean, what they could mean. They'd have that very classic Dunmeri curve and spike. Looks very Daedric, obviously. It makes a lot of sense. And also just the gridded brick of Necrom towers is fascinating as well. Just look at that. I mean, it just looks like I imagined it. As stone structures like that too, but smaller in size. You mean like on the inside? I do notice, I mean, the spikes on the side of this tower almost look like they were inspired because they have the same kind of vibe to it. Vivec has stone structure. That is true. Vivec's antlers does have those spikes. That is true. And it does face... No, hold on. Vivec's antlers actually faces Vardenfell. But either way, it is very similar in the way that the spikes do go outwards. But they don't have any drawings on them, unfortunately. But I mean, I just don't know what these drawings mean. I mean, it could mean anything. I mean, because these are... I mean, this is Chimer. It predates the Tribunal, right? This is old, and it's just like I want to go so deep into it and find out what's going on.
Is the legend true or simply apocryphal? Come tour the lands and make your own decision on that one. Next.
So I mean, it is confusing because it's like Vivec claims to have done this. City didn't even exist yet. I mean, a lot of the sermons of Vivec is just like, what? You know, it doesn't line up with anything. But things are probably a little bit more complicated than that. I mean, but just look at these towers. I mean, it looks like something out of Star Wars. Like this looks like the Clone Wars or the Bad Batch. Honestly, it looks like something from Star Wars, and it's just brilliant.
Necrom is intended to be monumental, reverent, and yet fit in with the shapes and forms we're used to seeing in Dark Elf architecture. The distinct arched doorways and decorative elements are there, as well as the detailed mosaics on the opulent interior spaces.
I almost cried here too, by the way.
We specifically took a lot of inspiration from the classic Telvanni buildings in Morrowind.
Was the guy holding a torch in daylight? Probably because, I mean, honestly, torch characters, for one, he's probably on that loop all day, and so he's doing it at night. But torch characters, you know, like, I think, like, they can see you if you use the disguise. Maybe that's what he was doing it for. Maybe they've got a mission that has you wear a disguise, and so therefore, if you run into the torch guy, he'll notice you. I don't do a lot of sneaking.
And finally, we have Apocrypha. Whenever we venture back into territories from previous Elder Scrolls games, we always try to make sure that our players feel like they're genuinely returning to lands they've traveled before. We took our initial visual cues from the Skyrim Dragonborn DLC. Then we expanded on the ideas presented in the original. We'll be sharing more details on the unexplored areas of Apocrypha later this year. For the meantime, let's talk about the parts that players are a little more familiar with. Some lands in Tamriel appear quite normal to our mortal eyes, and some, like the Telvanni coast, feel foreign. And then there are the Oblivion Plains, whose lands bend our mortal perceptions into the most alien.
Another Ammonite. The other reason I'm bringing up the Ammonites, by the way, is because, like, there is a very interesting book in High Isle about Ammonites having, like, oddly magical properties, which I always found very weird. It almost feels like there's this Ammonite theme that's been going on lately, but maybe I'm looking too deep into it. I think that, I mean, like, Hermaeus Mora's vibe is very watery. You know, he's called the Tides of Fate. He's got all the tentacles. You can see a lot of ocean kind of inspiration here. It's because there's that deep lore about water containing memory, and so it's related to knowledge. So we'll see where they go with that. Also, I love these arches up here underneath the previously aired. I like those. Those look pretty nice. Look like they got little tentacles going up.
Landscape possible. In crafting the Plane of Apocrypha, it was important to remember that Hermaeus Mora doesn't really adhere to traditional ideas of good or evil as many other Daedric princes do. Likewise, Hermaeus Mora's realm isn't a representation of good or evil either. Our take here was to explore the idea of ancient records and how they might be represented physically in a plane such as this. We created fossilized impressions into the rock walls and emerging from the ground, representing the cataloging of all life, experience, and knowledge.
Oh, that makes sense.
Realms of Oblivion are extensions of their master, and so Apocrypha is a clearinghouse for knowledge. It's a repository. It is intended to feel like a place where ancient things and ancient ideas can be preserved, perhaps even hidden, but never lost. There's a ton of story emitting from these locations, from the environment to the architecture. Of course, the characters and creatures breathe even more life into our world.
Quick words, the Lodeberry book. pull one book out, make it all them. It just all falls apart. All of Apocrypha just falls apart.
When we chose the setting for Necrom, we knew we had to deliver a story that lives up to this location, and the team had a lot of fun bringing this story to life. If you're not super familiar with any of the fantasy names that we've been talking about, imagine a holy necropolis in the middle of an ancient hierarchical society presided over by extremely powerful mages.
Okay, so there's hierarchical society, and then very powerful mages. So, I mean, it sounds like the city has that like tier of priests that I mentioned before, and it sounds like the Telvanni are pretty much in charge down there. Like, whether or not that's going to last, I'm not entirely sure. Also, is that Khajiit Telvanni? Is he a Telvanni? What's going on there?
Yeah, there's a lot of fun tensions there for us to play with. Necrom remains neutral territory in regards to the great houses of Morrowind. Keeping the City of the Dead neutral means all Dark Elves can appease their ancestors and ensure their bodies are taken care of, even as the Three Banners War rages on. This is incredibly important since the tradition of bringing the dead to Necrom predates the Tribunal and the creation of Dark Elves as we know them. It's an integral part of the Dark Elves' cultural identity. In other words,
so I'm wondering if maybe after the war is over, it could go to ownership, because it sounds like it's mostly a war-related thing, because the Telvanni are causing issues. The Telvanni don't want to take part in the war because they don't want to abide by the fancy rules, so that would cause an issue, I suppose, with like the rest of the houses. So I don't know. That might be why it's neutral. It might remain neutral in the future, but I don't know.
In other words, this is an ancient city of the dead, which isn't controlled by any one Dark Elf house, even though it's surrounded by the Telvanni Magisters, some of the most egotistical and powerful mages in the entirety of Tamriel. But the peninsula isn't the only place you'll get to explore. As a writer and certified library nerd, I'm so excited that this year we get to take you to Apocrypha for the first time since the Dragonborn DLC. You'll be accompanied by Laramel the Wise, a powerful mage who works with Hermaeus Mora, the Prince of Forbidden Knowledge. Notice I said with and not for. Laramel doesn't worship Hermaeus Mora. They have a working relationship that's built on mutual respect. as much respect as Hermaeus Mora can have for a mortal. See, mortals don't really survive in Apocrypha for a long time. Knowledge is enticing, but you'd be a fool to assume that it's harmless. And the sheer amount of information there tends to melt mortal minds, mangle their bones, contort their flesh, and turn them into terrifying creatures called the Hushed.
These are new. I've never seen these before, at least.
Some books are lifeless collections of paper, totally safe to pick up. But others house tome shells, small Daedra who live between the pages of Apocrypha's first editions. They may not necessarily attack you, but if you've ever picked up a shell on the beach only to discover that there was a hermit crab already living in it, then you know just how surprising a tome shell can be. Tome shells and Hushed aren't the only denizens in Apocrypha. No, Apocrypha's guardians lurk around every corner. Seekers attend to the vast library, while
Seekers, that's
lurkers
right.
wait beneath the inky waters to dissuade any stubborn researchers from discovering Apocrypha's more dangerous secrets. It's best to be sure that you're really alone before you pick up some light reading. You'll even meet a clanless Dremora called Torvasard, who refuses to let the secrets of Apocrypha remain undisturbed. Torvasard's motives are as mysterious and complex as his allegiances. It's really hard to tell if he's friend or foe. This chapter isn't all about exploring crypts and making friends with eldritch horrors. There's a dark threat coming for both Apocrypha and Nirn. Vampire mercenaries known as the Dusksabers prowl the Telvanni Peninsula working for Magister Shelreni Barrow. Shelreni seeks to climb the ranks of her house by any means necessary, even working with anyone who will give her the power to achieve her goals. Not everything will be hidden and mysterious, though. If you've played ESO before, there are a bunch of familiar faces for you to find throughout this chapter. I won't spoil all of the surprises, but we are bringing back my favorite Morag Tong assassin, Asher. Okay, yes, Narya will make an appearance too.
Will make an appearance.
With all this focus on secrecy and forbidden knowledge, it'll be up to you to discover the truth and stop enemies across Eastern Morrowind and Apocrypha. Good luck!
Hey everyone, we're excited to let you all know that the Elder Scrolls Online Necrom is available for pre-purchase right now.
Yeah, they still haven't
While
bought
the
it.
chapter will launch on PC, Mac, and consoles this June, we've got plenty of reasons for you to pre-purchase and jump into ESO today.
If
Or
you're a new
necklace, though.
player, someone who hasn't played ESO in a while, or you still need to pick up some of our previous chapters, you'll want to go with the Necrom Collection. Either version, the Standard or the Deluxe Collection, grants you instant access to 6 of our previous chapters and the base game. And you'll, of course, be able to access the Necrom chapter once it launches in June.
That's hundreds of hours of content all in one package.
Yeah,
We like to
hundreds,
refer to it as
underselling
8
it.
games in one, since
This is the section where they keep mentioning friends. What?
each is like its own standalone Elder Scrolls adventure. And keep in mind, you can play these in any order too.
For current players, we're offering both Standard and Deluxe upgrades, which will provide you with the latest
Dang,
Necrom chapter.
they look gorgeous.
No
If only
matter
it was
what
physical.
version you pre-purchase, you'll receive these items. While some will be unlocked at launch, everyone will receive this unique mount
Okay, so the
immediately.
pizza horse, as everyone so lovingly calls it, or the salami horse, or the probably worst horse I've ever seen, but I mean, it's made of salami. How can you hate that?
For a limited time, if you pre-purchase Necrom, you'll also receive this matching pet to go along with the mount that just mentioned.
Salami pony.
Coming with the deluxe edition is this new Apocrypha-themed, one-of-a-kind mount. That's in addition to other pre-purchase items that come with the deluxe upgrade and collection.
Separate from our pre-purchase offering, but just as cool, is the Hermaeus Mora collector's statue that's available for pre-order at the Bethesda Gear Store. Be sure and secure yours along
How does he read all those books? How does he read those tiny books? That's just big tentacles.
with some awesome
How's he hold
ESO
them?
merch, because right now, for a limited time, we have a flash sale running.
Flash sale. The edition of Necrom also unlocks the new Arcanist class at launch, and we know you've been eagerly awaiting more information on that, so let's check it out now.
Alright, here's a new class section. Shameless cute. Wow, new mounts. They are horrifying. Yes, they are. Specifically, the pizza horse.
All right, we've waited long enough. Rich, it's Arcanist time. Spill some details.
Where do you want to start? You know, this has easily been the #1 most requested feature from players since the Necromancer back in 2019 with Elsewhere.
Well, I mean, why don't we give the players a little bit of the backstory and inspiration behind the Arcanist?
The Arcanist is a new way to play and experience ESO. It's the 7th playable class and channels the power of Apocrypha to create ancient runes of power. This weird knowledge lets them do some truly fantastic things, destroying their enemies with runic magic, summoning tentacles from the abyss, healing their allies, and some even protecting themselves from the worst the Daedric Plains have to offer.
Of course, what everyone really wants to know is, how do you play the Arcanist? And we've got just the person to tell us.
With the Arcanist, we wanted to keep the basic form of the class familiar to everyone so there's something for all play styles, while letting us be more creative with the abilities themselves. We started off with 3 skill lines: Herald of the Tome, Apocryphal Soldier, and Curative Rune Forms. Each line focuses on a different aspect of the game: offense, defense, and support. The challenge we embraced was making these abilities feel unique compared to previous classes, but not so systematically different that veteran players would feel out of place. I know several of the abilities will leave you awestruck. 2 of my favorite new abilities are Apocryphal Gate and Abyssal Impact. Apocryphal Gate lets you open a pair of temporary portals that you can jump between for extra in-fight mobility.
That's right, you can use portals. There's portals in ESO now.
Or use these portals for creative exploration.
See, a lot of people are saying that this is basically Streak, but it's not. It's definitely... Streak would not allow you to do that. It's definitely more vertical than Streak, so, I mean, it's got the maneuverability. It doesn't have the speed of Lightning Dash, but it has the maneuverability. That's way better than Lightning Dash, because he just went vertical there. They just specifically showed that. And so, yeah, that could be interesting, specifically for exploration and maybe boundary breaking, honestly.
Abyssal Impact is a bit more direct. It has you infuse your arm with unstable magic, transforming it into a tentacular weapon.
You can become a tentacle arm.
You thrust forward, damaging and debilitating your foes. I'm also super excited to share that we're doing something very different for the Arcanist, implementing a combo point system. In this system, certain abilities will build points, while others will spend them, giving them an extra bit of oomph by enhancing or augmenting the ability. We're aiming for this to be something that all players can easily get a handle on, so no one should worry that this class will be too technical to play. You can't let too much out of the bag yet, though, so the rest will have to be a secret for now. We were initially coming up with the Arcanist. We had a ton of ideas and inspiration coming from all sorts of places: movies, comics, classic literature, and both retro and modern games. There was even a handful of anime references. And we'll be able
Anime references. Tentacles. Anime references.
a lot of great ideas. There was one that led us to a major breakthrough and helped bind everything together: the Black Books of Hermaeus Mora. Now, while this gave us a solid feel for how the abilities should look and sound, you won't necessarily be wielding one of the Black Books. Instead, you'll summon your own tome, in which you've inscribed numerous bits of ancient knowledge that you've gleaned.
So
from
like a
Prince
great
Fate.
value Black Book.
Think of it like your own cookbook. You glance at every so
Sure
often
is.
to spice up your spells. This won't be the only taste of the Arcanist you'll get, though. You'll also come across foes and maybe a friend who will wield the same deep magics that you'll learn. There may even be some unforeseen enemies that have tomes worth of forbidden arcane power to throw at you. This is just the first page of the story of this new class. We've had a ton of fun making every so often Black
Wait, hold
spells. This won't be the only taste of the Arcanist you'll get, though. You'll also come across foes.
Okay, so this looks like the Nidic Ruin. Honestly, this is interesting. I mean, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't. There's not enough enemies here to really look like a dungeon.
Be a friend.
I don't quite know. This is that Nidic Ruin. It's just I'm not entirely sure where it would be.
Who will wield the same deep magic.
It could be a delve,
There may
but
even
like
be some
how?
unforeseen enemies that have tomes worth of forbidden
Did
arcane power
Hermaeus
to throw
Mora
at you.
take some?
This is just the first page
I don't know. Like Hermaeus Mora was like, yeah, I'm gonna grab some needs and pull them into Apocrypha.
of the story of this new class. We've had a ton of fun making it, and we've got plenty more to show you.
Too
as
busy
time
looking
goes
at
on.
his
I can't
braid
wait for
beard,
you all to experience
beard
adventure in
braid.
Tamriel and the realms beyond, alongside or as an Arcanist.
Okay, Rich, now let's talk about some new features and systems. Start with, any chance there's going to be some new companions?
Yes, in fact, we've got 2 new companions coming to ESO with this Necrom chapter. And for those that don't know who or what companions are, they're your permanent adventuring buddies. Someone that's at your beck and call whenever you want to help you explore Tamriel. And the feedback from players since the inception back in 2021 has been overwhelmingly positive, and we've been looking to expand and evolve it in new ways.
So tell us about the 2 new companions we're going to see.
The first companion is called Sharp as Night, and he is an Argonian warden who is a bit of a mercenary and an enigma. He originated from Blackmarsh, but his past is lost to him, and he spent a lot of time trying to figure out who he is to no avail.
He is an anime protagonist. There's an anime reference.
Is a lot more reserved than our other companions, as he's lived a tough life and he really isn't overly chatty, and you're going to have to prove yourself to him. And then there is Azander. Azander is a Redguard male and a little bit of a crazy fatherly figure professor. Think Willy Wonka meets Dumbledore, and he's got this really singular focus on the pursuit of knowledge.
And so what's so special about Azander, Rich?
As some of you might have guessed, with Azander being so focused on this pursuit of knowledge, he's an Arcanist himself, so you'll be able to dig into a bit on that side of his story as well.
Argonians usually look like they're smiling all the time. It's because we're so happy. Because we are so adorable.
Some amazing stuff, and that's not all we've got cooking. Like every chapter, we offer loads of side quests, a new trial, there's world events, public dungeons, delves, and more. Roughly
public dungeons. I don't know. Maybe it's. Nah, I don't think the Nidic Rune's a public dungeon. It looks like there's not really a lot of enemies there, but who knows?
How much content do you think we're talking here, Rich?
Players can expect around 30 hours of content just from the main storyline, in addition to all the side content and everything you just mentioned.
Always so much to do in an Elder Scrolls chapter, and the team has really pulled out all the stops with Necrom.
We really have, and players won't have to wait too long to begin their Shadow over Morrowind.
Okay, here's our first, and you know what? This is it. This is the dungeon. You can. This looks like the Nidic Ruin, doesn't it? I mean, this has got to be it. I mean, I got to see like a glimpse of this. I didn't actually get to see anything else. This is probably the dungeon. So it looks like it will probably be in Craglorn or something. It could be somewhere else, but in the general area. And so yeah, I would assume that this is actually the dungeon, which makes sense. But I don't quite know what would be going on here. I mean, honestly, this bad guy here, assuming he's a bad guy, it looks like he is wearing some kind of Hermes Mora outfit. It looks like it has eyes and tentacles coming out of it. And he's also wielding a blade with Hermes Mora's eye on it. You know, his classic green eyes. So this looks like maybe some kind of ancient Nidic cult that maybe protects a library or something for him.
And adventure. Players will be able to begin their adventures this March with our first DLC.
Awesome. I will definitely be checking that out. Before we wrap things up, let's talk about some changes that you're planning to the ESO calendar.
Absolutely. So ESO is a living, breathing world that is constantly evolving. As a team, we're always evaluating where we are, what the game needs, and the community sentiment around how well we're doing. And over the years, we have made many changes based on these evaluations. But one of the fundamental pillars that hasn't changed has always been to create as much story content as we possibly can to try to keep up with our players and their insatiable desire for new stories and adventures.
Lore.
And this constant drive is one of the reasons why ESO has become one of the best games on the market today. There's so much to do, so many stories and locations to experience, tons of systems and various activities to participate in solo or with friends.
So what's changing?
We want to continue on creating these new adventures while also addressing quality of life feedback and bugs that have emerged over time. In other words, we want to focus on polish and iterate more on cool ideas, be it stories or systems.
And maybe undo update 35 so that people can stop complaining, because they still do that.
With the overall goal of making each release as solid as it can be. The first half of the year isn't really going to change much. We've been hard at work on a lot of this stuff for a very long time. We're still doing a dungeon DLC with 2 new dungeons and a prologue quest to kick off this new arc. The chapter is releasing in June with all the goodies you love and expect. Where things are changing this year are fall and winter.
That's great news for players. Don't stop. Keep going.
Late summer, our focus
Please don't stop. Everyone's going to tune out.
is going to be on bugs and quality of life additions. Things like pre-made group finder or an all-in-one attunable set crafting station as examples.
I actually like the sound of this.
There won't be any dungeons in this update because for update 40, which comes towards the end of the year, the team is working on something really epic, something pretty special that they just need more time on.
I mean, come on, Rich, we got to give them more than that.
Okay, fine. How does an endless dungeon with a buddy sound?
Oh, sounds good.
We'll have
Torghast? I mean, does anyone else think like this is like Torghast, or I think Final Fantasy has a version of this as well. I think City of the Dead's like this. It says like an unending dungeon with a buddy. I'm wondering if that's just going to be 2-player or if it's going to be 4-player, because I would love a 4-player infinite dungeon, because instead of just having to choose one other person. But I don't know. They might be trying to do something different, so they might only make it 2-player. But I don't know, because it's like you feel like a dungeon's got to have, you know, a tank and a damage dealer and a healer. I don't know. We'll see what they do.
a lot more info on this later in this year, but I'm insanely excited about this.
Sounds very cool. Well, Rich, I want to thank you for all the details surrounding Necrom and the Shadow over Morrowind adventure today. I know I'm excited to play, and I sure hope everyone watching is as well.
We are just as excited. But before I go, I wanted to personally thank the entire team for all of their incredible work. It's truly an honor to be able to represent them here today. Also, on behalf of the entire ZOS team around the globe, I'd like to thank you all for your continued support. You've helped make ESO and its amazing community what it is today.
All right, let's throw it back to Jess.
It's been a hard year for him. It's been a really hard year for him.
And Gina to fill everyone in on in-game events.
It's been stressful for everybody. Yeah. Players
So
and
it's
developers.
obviously no secret that there's always something to do in ESO. In addition to all this content, we offer a wide variety of in-game events catering to all different play styles, from PvP to Overland, seasonal festivities, and more. In addition to our quarterly content updates, this year we'll be having 11 in-game events, plus the themed monthly PvP Battleground weekends. In fact, our first in-game event for the year, the Season of the Dragon celebration, starts in just a couple days.
And who better to enjoy all...
I mean, isn't it like 5 hours now at this point? A couple days sounds weird because I mean, at the point of this recording, well, I guess technically, no, I don't know. It's like, no, it was like 6 a.m. the next day, or is it 9 a.m.? I forget. I mean, it said the 26th, right? Didn't it? Oh, you know what? I don't know when they recorded this. Maybe it was a slip up. It doesn't say, but I think it's the 26th.
And
pretty
who
sure it
better
is.
to enjoy all
I
these
think it's only in
events
like a
with
few
than
hours,
friends.
like a handful.
ESO is great solo, but even better with friends, or
yeah.
a whole guild of friends. Whether you're into PvP,
I love her necklace, by the way. I think I said that,
trials, crafting, questing, or even fishing and house decorating, there's a guild or 5 for everyone and every play style. You can find your first or next guild via the in-game guild finder.
Hey,
If you're
I
a
love him.
current player and have a guild who is looking to welcome new adventurers, let us know about it on Twitter. Tag
The Guild Finder is actually that board. They have one in Markarth. That's actually how I got into the USP. This whole thing right here, the Guild Finder. That's how I got in. I was just looking through guilds, and I was like, "There's a USP," and I thought, "Why not?" And now I am the official streamer for the entire organization. So. The Guild Finder is very useful. I mean, you don't even have to use the board. You can also just use it, you know, in your menus. I was just using the board because I saw it in Markarth and I thought it was cool. So,
us at Tess Online.
And speaking of coming together, we're extremely excited to let everyone know that we'll be hosting an in-person event this spring to celebrate all things ESO.
I completely spaced out and did not hear this. This is pretty big news.
And the Shadow over Morrowind adventure.
This is good.
We'll share details on our website and social channels
That
very
makes me
soon.
excited.
In the meantime, if you want to learn more about the first DLC in the Shadow over Morrowind adventure, we'll be previewing the DLC and Update 37 live on Twitch this Friday.
I also must have spaced out for this. I don't remember this. This is so soon. This is Friday. This is tomorrow. Okay. All right. So we're gonna be learning. If this Nedic ruin. You know, what's the lore behind this, and are these like needs that live forever, or are they just people who keep the library safe? Who knows? But yeah, we will see. Yeah, I must have missed a lot of this. There was a lot of excited typing from me on Discord, and talking on Twitter and stuff during this.
So be sure and tune in.
That was a packed show. Lots of change, lots of new. A quick reminder that ESO Necrom is available for pre-purchase right now.
It's so good to hear him say it.
ElderScrollsOnline.com or your favorite online retailer and claim your mount and pet today. ESO Necrom launches this June. And believe it or not, we're just getting started. Stay tuned in the months leading up to launch for even more info. Thanks for spending your time with us. We'll see you in Tamriel.
Can we get more info about why the Telvanni are so far south? Can we get info on that, please? It's really stressing me out.
But I mean, you know, other than that question, this was literally everything that I wanted. I was just sitting there watching everything that I wanted just happen, which is pretty crazy. I think because I feel like this is what the game needed. This is what ESO
Legend of
definitely needed, because we've been, I mean, like, things have been kind of that was, I was like, who is this in my call? Thank you, Olivia, for that. Did it? Oh my gosh. Okay, so what was I saying? Oh yeah, everything lately has been very earthy. You know, we've got, you know, Breton's that's very like castles and dungeons and stuff, and it's cool. It's got its place, you know, and I was really excited for it. That was my impression. I was excited for, you know, the castles and stuff at the time, and everything, and it really was incredible. And then you have Blackwood, which, you know, Leia and everything, very human-y. I mean, you got some Argonians in there, but for the most part, it was very Imperial. And then you have Nords, which were also just very human-y, and I think that ESO has needed something alien. That's why the Elder Scrolls 3, I feel like, was such a hit after the Elder Scrolls 2, is it was so wildly different and weird, and that's very healthy for the franchise. And so they're doing the exact same thing here, which is what I was hoping that they would do. And I think it'll be very healthy, you know, for players to jump into the weird, because we are going to get really, really weird. Like, incredibly weird. I mean, this is literally the point where ESO could delve into some incredibly deep, confusing stuff. That could be really overwhelming, but it's exciting. It's really exciting. And I've still got to pre-order. I really do. And I went over the entire thing when I said I probably wasn't going to, but I did. People who are just like tuning in, like, wait, that's what he looks like? That is not the image I had in my head. Some books have mold on it. No! Would Hermie really allow that to happen? Would Hermie let his books mold? I don't think he would. I'm wondering if they're gonna really lean into like the concept of Necrom being the city of the dead. Is that gonna play a part? I mean, like, God, there's just, and they mentioned, you know, is Vivek's tale true or apocryphal, and it's an interesting word to use. I don't know. Things are wild. What is with my frames? Is anyone else seeing this? My frames are going nuts. What the heck? Why are my frames going nuts? That looks horrible. That's not good. I guess it's because it's loading the game up? I don't know. Anyway, so, you know, I watched the stream, so I got my crate and I got my emote. Because you're loading in. It doesn't do this when I'm loading in. That's not what it does. Or does it? Does it do this when I'm loading in? And you guys have never told me? Also, hi, Enforcer. Were you here for my review Were you here for my step-by-step review? Thank you, Driz. You're most of the time already loaded in. Yeah, that's true. Alright. So, how is this? Tell me if I'm having issues, because I was having issues before. So that was like an over an hour of me going over this the 30 minutes. Oops. I promised myself I wouldn't do that. Okay. So yeah, there's a Holiday Quest Endeavor because yeah, the Elsewhere event is going to be showing up in just like 5 hours. No, hold on. Maybe 8 hours? 5 or 8 hours, one of those. But I mean, like, this would be good to go to Morrowind again. I mean, so yeah, so we're gonna be going here, and it looks like it's gonna be like so far south that you'll be able to like walk there probably from these areas. I don't know if they're gonna make a road or something like that. I really hope they do, but they didn't add a road from Blackwood to Murkmire, which still pisses me off. I don't know why they didn't do that. But yeah, so yeah, there's a lot of people who are annoyed because it's like Telvanni's supposed to be up here and they're down here. Where's Indoril if they're down here? I'm kind of hoping that they bring that up and stuff. But I don't know, because you gotta admit, the Telvanni look pretty dug deep in there with all their towers and whatnot. It makes you wonder how long they've been there. So it could be that, that it starts out this way and then moves. They move further north because people get angry at them. What was I gonna do? Oh, weapon poisons. That's right. Where should I go for weapon poisons? You know what? Let's go Saran. It looks like, I don't know. Are you guys seeing any like? Let's see how that looks. I don't know. I noticed some weird drops there. I don't know. It's not behaving itself like it should be. So yeah, it's playing Morrowind music now, and it'll be playing hopefully new tracks. That's probably why they didn't cover all the tracks, which is they were probably planning ahead for quite some time. They also really heavily talk about the Telvanni coast, so I'm supposing that this area here is going to be very, not this area, this area is going to be very Telvanni. So it'll be like this and this will be their vibe, but I don't know, because Necrom looked like it had towers on it too, so who knows. I know nothing. All it takes is a little line of dialogue to explain things away. We didn't get to ask the Lore Master, I guess, unfortunately. I don't know why, because the Lore Master was just around in the USP chat, and I guess no one asked. Interestingly enough, it was Lehman Tuttle who showed up to talk lore, and not the new Lore Master, which is interesting, because Tuttle doesn't really work on ESO anymore, but he did show up. I don't really know, like, if he was to say something, I don't really know how official it would be at that point if he isn't, like, in this position that he used to be in. Like, not only that, but even if a Lore Master says something in the UESP Discord, we don't really, like, count it unless it's like an official writing. I'm pretty sure it has to be an email, so that we can transcribe the email into a page, and the page becomes the source. I don't really think Discord messages count as official, so. Block. I'm just trying to get my weapon poisons. This is where I wanted to go. It'll be hilarious if the Telvanni and Indoril literally are just swap places. Like Indoril literally has up north, and Telvanni has down south, and then they just swap at some point. Honestly, that would be weird because I'm pretty sure there's some stuff they're contradicting that, but if there's not, that could be interesting. My god, I ran out of enemies. I used to go here to level up all the time. So no frame issues, no frame issues? Nothing? I'm not seeing anything. Not since the last two. Anyway, so you can expect things like, potentially Daedric Ruins. I mean, it would make a lot of sense to find some Daedric Ruins. Dwemer Ruins. You can find, probably tombs. I mean, like, they could do a whole lot. There's a lot of variation, and honestly, adding Apocrypha just makes it even more, there's a lot more variation. So you can probably, I'll probably assume that there's gonna be a public dungeon there. What am I at? I'm at 12. But I don't know if it's half and half. I don't. But I thought that this was pretty much inevitable after they did, you know, Deadlands. There's got to be a chapter where you do half and half because it's such a good concept. These people are like, you're back after like what was it, 4 years? Okay, there we go. All right, I got it. You guys can die now.
That's the last mistake you'll ever make.
Oh, you're back. Yeah, that's right. You spawn quickly. She sounded very confident in what she said, whatever it was. But yeah, so basically, I've been guessing Necrom since ages. Well, probably since like November. Maybe late November, late November. It was basically like, are we going to Skyrim? Are we going to Hammerfell? We're going to Morrowind? Which one do you feel more comfortable with? I just didn't think we were going to do Falinesti yet, because I'm like, we just did so much Ifray stuff. You know, going into Bosmer is probably going to take a little while. So I was thinking, everything just kind of adds up going to Morrowind. And they started dropping all those hints in, like, dialogue, like, Mel's dialogue for the Dark Heart of Skyrim event quest. That had a hint in it, and I recorded that. I was really just trying to keep track of everything. Necrom. Okay, so this guy's new, by the way. They're new. Like their username is kind of the same as their character name. They got a griffin. This is probably from like a pre-order or a collector's edition bonus or something. And she's got like, you know, the base armor. Man, it just brings me back. This is where I started, by the way. This is where I started in September 2018. You know, this area right here, Scarlet Judge quest, one of the best quests a new player can do when they're starting out. It's fun, it's engaging, it's got some sneaking, if I recall correctly. and you get a costume at the end of it. And then there's the Sadrith Mora main quest, which is my favorite quest in the entire game. It's about the Telvanni, and it gives you a very special reward at the end that I still use to this day, but I'm gonna keep it a secret, but it is very special to me. It's like my favorite reward I've ever gotten, in my opinion. Okay, so I've already done that. Furnishings, I can wait. Holiday quests, I'll probably end up doing that. Let's just go to elsewhere. Why not? You guys know that the Khajiit Afterlife is, I mean, it's got a few names. You know, you've got Sands Behind the Stars, but Lessware is a name for it. So I don't think it's ever directly said, but I'm pretty sure it could be like inferred that Elsewhere is a corruption of Lessware, as in this is not our this is not our aetherical home. This is a different place. I don't really know how often Lessware shows up, but I remember it showing up, being referenced, I think, in the loading screen for the Wall of Life quest. Let me see if, I think it's spelled Lessware? No, wait, hold on. Sorry, my E key is weird. No, is that how you spell it? I mean, there's a dash somewhere in there. I'm bad at this. What if I typed in? I hit my mic. Okay, well we have this, so maybe here they reference it. Interestingly enough, it's not referenced here. It's just picking out other stuff, but. There's a reference to Sands Behind the Stars. Come on, there's got to be something here. Bah. I'm gonna have to Google it. I don't remember where else it's mentioned, so I'm gonna Google it, but I'm gonna go to the Necropolis. How fitting. Oh my god. Okay, I'm fine. I'm good. Everything's okay. I would love to work on this game. Obviously, it would probably be like a lot more draining than what, you know, there's an idealized perspective, I'm sure, but I mean, just being able to contribute in any way, it would be incredible. That'd be insane. Alright, so let's see. Let's type in, let's see if I can get, I'm pretty sure there's a apostrophe. Maybe I'm wrong. Google's like, did you mean elsewhere? No. Okay, cut the comma. Maybe there's no apostrophe, sorry. You know what? We're just gonna type in Sands Behind the Stars. Boom. Alright, all I gotta do is take out 2 public dungeon bosses here. Okay, so it's probably in the Aetheria section on the UESP. Aetherius, Mental Crux, Sovngarde, Far Shores. Here we are. Kind of? Man. There's so few references to it that I can't even find it, but it's there. It is there. This is also very pretty. You might have recognized this from. They showed this in the trailer. Oh wait, hold on. There's stuff going on. I gotta swap my. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. I'm here, my dude. Even though I've got poison on my weapon, I prefer not to. But I like to use my enchantment. There's Apocrypha. Blah blah blah. Greyhaven. Blah, 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 blah. I'm just going through my books. Hold on. It really wasn't that fine. There's the Spilled Sands. There's Secunda. Now I'm just angry. Realms of, oh, hold on. Yeah, here we are. Here we are. I found it. Sorry, I was looking in the wrong place. They segmented the page in a way that I wasn't paying attention. The Sands Behind the Stars. The Sands Behind the Stars, also known as Lessware, or Lessware. I actually don't know how you would say it. Is the realm to which the souls of Khajiit travel at the end of their days. Described as a paradise promised to the Khajiit by the Riddlethar, souls are carried there by Khenarthi's embrace as long as they have followed the true path of the moons. Wait, did that count as 2 bosses? Hot dog, it did. Would you look at that? I don't say hot dog. Where did that come from? It is said that the realm is filled with dunes formed of sugar and a warmth without end. Legends state that the name Lessware may have been the inspiration for the name of the Khajiit homeland elsewhere. It is said that Khajiit spirits await here until the next pounce, where Khenarthi will call upon their combined might to fight for creation at the end of time. Army of Dead Khajiit. I got this morbid fascination with like the afterlife and just the techniques of how cultures handle their dead, and Necrom is literally all about that. That's probably why I'm obsessed with it right now. It's because I'm just in a Necrom mood. I hurt my thumb, by the way. If you noticed, I was playing a little bit weird earlier. You know what? Hold on. We're not gonna leave here just yet. I mean, this is a fun public dungeon, and honestly, I wouldn't mind getting some mummified Alfiq, which would be really nice. The third endeavor. I mean, I have all day. But the third endeavor is just 5 furnishings, and that's just completely easy. Just gotta set those down. I was beginning to go really wild with the theories, because here's what happened, guys. Before the Necrom reveal, there was a leak from IGN. IGN had leaked the entire thing. Well, they leaked where it was. They accidentally posted a thumbnail early of the Elder Scrolls Online Necrom, and people saw it, they got spoiled, and my friend Riemann, just bless him, literally I would have just torn my hair out without him, warned me that there was a leak, and I was kind of thinking that maybe he was overreacting, but I wasn't going to risk it. I was just like, I'm not risking it. I went in complete shutdown to the point where I made my chat subscriber only, because I didn't want to get anyone popping in and saying, hey, did you see the leak? And all my subs are pretty much close friends who would know not to spoil me. So I just had to put myself on sub only, and I did want to stream because I still wanted to do my ESO content, but I didn't want to be spoiled. I hate being spoiled more than like anything. Being spoiled is the worst. I just hate it. So I went completely dark because of this leak. I didn't even know what it was. I didn't know what the leak was about. I didn't know if it was a story leak. I didn't know if it was a name leak, but I had to shut everyone out. So, yeah, I got there. I got there eventually. I got to get back on social media afterwards. And then everyone was like, the Divine Peninsul's all wrong. And I was like, maybe I should leave again. Again, I'm in camp. Let's wait and see if they give any reason. It might just be a bullshit reason. We all know they just wanted Telvanni and Necrom. But I at least want something, you know? I just want something. Because honestly, sometimes I read history books and I'm thinking, that's a bullshit reason. And I'm like, wait a minute, this happened. Sometimes life is like that. Sometimes it's my own life. And I'm like, that's a bullshit reason. But that happened. So yeah, also, interestingly enough, there's a book in ESO that references the Mentellan Crocs. Thank you, Enforcer, for the sub. You are the GOAT. He is literally the GOAT. Oh my god, sub for 23 months. You are almost at 2 years. Thank you, I appreciate it. Really. Oh yeah, there's a book that mentions the Mentellan Crocs, but there's also books that reference things about the future in ESO, but very few, and probably purposely put there to just add some weird Hermaeus Mora stuff. Because there's Where Were You When the Dragon Broke is in ESO. There's a reference to the Mentellan Crocs somewhere. I don't remember where, but there is. In ESO, let's see if I can. Yeah, okay, it's probably in here. Maybe? I don't know. Where's the word? Where's the word? It's in here somewhere. Yeah, here it is. Some are pure legend at any rate, not traceable based on the information left behind. There are references in lore to Maruk's Abyss, the Corrington Mirror, and the Mentellan Crocs. The Crossroads, the Mouth, a riddle of an alchemical formula called Jacinth and the Rising Sun, and many other places and objects that are said to be doors, but we could not find these. This is Doors to Oblivion, so this is about Morian Zenas, who I think we might actually encounter in Apocrypha, but if we do, I feel like he's not going to be, like, stable. I feel like he might be completely out of it, if we encounter him. So, the Mentellan Crocs is a realm in Aetherius that was used as a holding place for the massive soul gem that was used to power the giant robot known as the Numidium. Obviously, the Tiber Septum doesn't exist yet, so Tiber Septum does not have the Numidium, and so therefore there's no Mentella, and so therefore why would there be a Mentellan Crux? I'm assuming that it could be that the Mentella just got its name literally from the realm, and it was linked to it in some way, and that's why it was sent there after the Numidium was broken. That's just in my head. That's just what I put together. I just feel like that would explain why it's called a Mentella, because I don't think it's an actual word. But the Crux is fascinating, being a little realm of Aetherius that you get to go to in the Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall to retrieve the Mentellan Crux and bring it back. Which is just one of the best Elder Scrolls moments, because you get to just step into Aetherius. You encounter this mysterious deity known as the I think he's called the Blind God. He is literally just like a skeletal face. Let me see. Yeah, here we are. A Blind God is an obscure god who ruled over and guarded the Mentellan Crux, a realm of Aetherius. He was known to get quite jealous, and Sheogorath, who was a known visitor to his realm, had dealings with the Blind God and considered him to be a pompous upstart of a god. This is wild. I mean, like, this is Sheogorath popping into Aetherius, of all things. Probably just, he's just a chaos being he is, and hanging out with this strange ethereal entity. A lot of people associate this guy with Magnus because Magnus is often associated with his sight. You've got like the Eye of Magnus. There's stories about Magnus losing both his eyes before fleeing to Aetherius. there's a lot of associations with the two. There seems to be a lot of connection between sight and knowledge and magic in the Elder Scrolls. You know, like the Eye of Shalador and Hermaeus Mora and all that stuff. But yeah, the Blind God is very mysterious. This was all Daggerfall, so this is like 1996. Let me see if I can. I'm just gonna pull up the image on my phone. Come on. Come on. It wants to be silly. Here he is. And you know what? I've never noticed this before in all my life. I never noticed this before. Because honestly, I've never actually gotten here in Daggerfall yet. But here's the Blind God, right? He's like a big skull face. He doesn't have any eyes. He just has eye sockets. But in these eye sockets, you can actually see Sheogorath himself in there, which is pretty wild. Sheogorath is just like hanging out there. So yeah, he just kind of chills out in that realm. I don't know if there's a connection between him and Magnus. I don't know if he is Magnus. It's pretty crazy to think about. But it feels like there's probably some connection there. That being said, the Mentellian Crux, does it exist right now and does it not? I think that it might, but I would be surprised if it doesn't. Because, you know, we are talking about books that might have to do with stuff that hasn't even happened yet. However, it should be said that, like, that creating a realm of Aetherius, a pocket realm, might be a little bit much for even Zurin Arctis and Tiber Septim. So I like to think that they found a pocket, called the Mentellian Crux, and therefore they called it the Mentella because it's linked to it. But there's no canon, evidence of this. It's just what I would assume. I got a modified Alfiq part. I got 2 of them. 2. Wait, unless I've already just have one in my hands. No, I have 2 on me and I have 2 in my bank. Can I just use them? Yes. Okay, I'm gonna use the other one. I'm at like what, 2 or 3 out of 5 now, but whatever. So all this kind of like Aetherius, Oblivion, like concepts of the cosmology of the Elder Scrolls, and potentially absolute higher powers / concepts, physics, metaphysics. I feel like we're about to dive right into that, which a lot of people seem to be really into. I thought that people would push back against it because everyone was saying that they were tired of end of the world plots, and this is literally end of multiple worlds plot. So who knows? So the story, it seems to be that someone wants to get some knowledge from Apocrypha, and Hermaeus Mora is like, no, I'm not going to let you have this. Despite the fact that generally Hermaeus Mora is okay with people. He doesn't like to hide knowledge from people, specifically, from what I've noticed. He thinks that like, making knowledge completely unattainable is probably folly. That doesn't mean you're not going to have to fight for it, though. However, it seems like whatever this is a pretty big deal, and he doesn't want anyone knowing about it. We could move into some pretty crazy territory. It's very bold. Bold is, it feels like a weak word for it. We're getting Naryu back. We're getting Asher back. Which could be cause for celebration or mourning. Who knows what's going to happen. We're getting 2 companions, one of which being that Argonian, and the other one being the Redguard, who just seems very charming. Wait, who is this guy? I don't remember this boss. Oh wait, no. Yeah, I do. Okay, relax. I don't even need to do this because I've already got my Endeavor, but whatever. Oh, wow. Hey, dude. So, earlier off stream, because I play off stream at, like, 9 p.m. on Wednesdays, because I can't start my stream because I'm called away at, like, at 11 p.m. to watch The Bad Batch with my siblings, and therefore I would have to stop my stream for a long time. So, I got another one! I got another one! I start later, around midnight on Wednesdays because of that reason. But I was just dying to cover this whole thing. I was like, man, can I wait that long? But we did play, Minty, Mom and Dad and I, we did Moongrave Fane, and I was the tank, and I was the healer, because no one really wanted to be tank. No one really had, Mom didn't have access to her taunt yet. So I put a taunt on, and I was healing and tanking at the same time, and I know it was normal, but God, that was just so hard. We wiped like twice on the second to last boss, and Mom and Dad got super discouraged, and Mom and Dad were like, they were like, yo, we're done. Like, we can't complete this. It was already getting late. They were tired. They wanted to watch TV. So they were like, we're done. But the thing is, though, while they were kind of saying that, they weren't really paying attention to what they were doing, and they accidentally didn't move away when their invincibility frames went away, and they accidentally triggered the boss again without realizing what they were doing. And so they triggered the boss, but at that same time I took a buff. And so then it was just all out combat at that point, where, you know, this was like, it's now or never, and we did it. We got the boss down, and then we just did the final boss, which is so much easier. And yeah, that was fun. I'm glad we got to finish it. I'm glad they forgot to move, because if they would have moved, we would have never been able to do that. They get really tired during dungeons, because, you know, we start streaming late at night, and they just want to watch TV at that point. I'm sure they wouldn't mind an earlier start, and my schedule might change soon, so that might end up happening. I've gotten like 3 or 4 of these Alfiq parts. I'm really hoping that Necrom does not continue the trend that High Isle put forth about having to do 2 public dungeons to get 2 halves of 1 prize. I mean, like, I don't really care if, like, I don't care if both of the public dungeons have collectible pets. I just would prefer not having to do 2 public dungeons to get 1 thing. I would prefer if they both had their own unique rewards, so I could feel cool about getting them. Who is this fellow, anyway? I don't recognize him. Do they recognize me? What's their level? Oh, they're level 7? Are they new, or... Probably not, looking at what he's wearing. I don't know, what is he wearing? He's got like markings that... Oh, yeah, I don't know, he's got like, what are those, the Hollowjack markings? At level 7, so he's probably, not a new character. I think those are like from crates, and it was a while ago, right? So I haven't bought Necrom yet. I mean, just, which is a sin, because like I don't know the last time I've been so excited for a DLC. I just don't quite know what version I want to get yet. I know that I want those cool Sadrith Mora robes more than anything, but it sounds like that's a pre-order bonus, just by default, I think. But you don't get it until the DLC drops. So... I don't know what I'm gonna get, but I'm gonna get some version. Level up! I'm really curious to see if they actually make the tombs like honeycomb shaped, because that's what the lore says, is that they're honeycomb shaped. But I'm not sure where this is. I'm not sure if Pocket Guide to the Empire wrote this or what. But because there's been there's been retcons before. There's been like oh they just misunderstood moments, but there's also big moments where it's like it looks as they described in Necrom, looks as it's described. It's got the tall towers gleam in the sunlight, and and interestingly enough though, it claims the book does claim that the towers seem to sometimes appear like the tusks of some dead beast. That's an unofficial lore source, so it's not completely canon. However, the towers don't really look that way, but the towering rocks do. I would say it looks more like a rib cage, but they do look like tusks, So, I don't know, they might be like using that lore. Like, it's not the towers that he's talking about, it's the towering rocks. Because they do look like giant tusks coming out of the ground. But mostly it looks like a ribcage. It really does. But honestly, I mean, like, I'm just a sucker for, like, cities built in bone, like Fargrave, like, yes, please. What was this guy doing? He wasn't doing anything or beating him up. I like that I'm helping this guy. I mean, he's just leveling up right now. Oh god, my inventory's full. Dang it! Hold on, does he need Fez? Got merch.
Only a fool.
My E key has gone again. I mean, like, it was good for a while again, and then oh sweet Moses, what? Hey, out! I'm talking to my buddy. Stop it! Out! He literally just turned around. He was like, "Fuck this, I'm out." Ah, dude, I was trying to use my merch, and I even said. Oh yeah, he says merch. Whoa! Everything just dropped. I think that was a server error. Come on, okay, stop. Look, he's right here. He's right here. Stop. Where is he? Come on, Fez. There you are. Come on. As long as I'm not attacked, come on. So yeah, there's we're gonna be getting the ruins of Kamal Z. I think that's how you say it. It's a Daedric ruin, Dwemer ruin, off the coast of the Telvanni Peninsula, and it is there's a book series about it. I don't remember how many books there are, but you can find it in Morrowind, and I'm pretty sure it was written for Morrowind. I remember reading it last year. It might have been Oblivion. I'm pretty sure it was Morrowind though. But it like talks about like what the ruin is like and other things. Ow. Of course, I don't know if they're gonna go exactly by what the book says, but I would love it if they did. Really, I would. I think the book is called The Ruins of Kamal Z. Why did you kill that rat, dude? You're about to lose your teammate. I'm like a companion. I'm an Argonian companion that hates it when you kill, like, rats. I love rats. He just, I mean, honestly, when you have two people, well, I was gonna say this is kind of a pushover, but it is pretty easy though. They did talk about that infinite dungeon where they said you'd be playing with a buddy. I don't know if buddy means one person or if it means that you can have 4 people. I would really prefer having like a lot of people going through an infinite dungeon, but it might just end up being 2, like a 2-person dungeon. The new trial, if you guys are curious about it, they did not talk about the new trial in the video, but I do have information on it if you guys are curious. So the new trial is called, if I'm trying to remember this correctly, dang it, the new trial is called Sanity's Edge, which seems to take place inside the mind of a Mages Guild member, and you're like trying to, it's probably like Vermina's probably involved, to be honest. I'm just gonna assume. And you need to free him from a fate worse than death. It looked all very Vermina-y, to be honest, so keep your eyes on Vermina lore. That's what I'm gonna say. There's some Vermina going on this year. I'll tell you that much. Which, I mean, it makes sense. They're using, like, the Danger Princess that they really didn't use before. It's like, oh, we're gonna do Vermina and Hermes Mora and let's see who else. Vermina, Hermes Mora, Periite, I guess. We're gonna use Periite somewhere. I mean, maybe Malakat. They probably won't use all of them, but I like it if the Tribunal showed up, like, as a group. That would be pretty cool. Having Vivec, Alexia, Saldasil, like, together, talking to each other on screen, you know, having a conversation. He says, nice party. Yeah, I would like Vivec to come back. I don't really know if he will, because they just talked about Vivec, and they showed a little picture of Vivec, and he did have, like, a guy in Telvanni armor, like, all up close to him, like, oh my god, I can't believe I'm close to Vivec, even though Telvanni's, like, the first house to disrespect the Tribunal, but, I don't know, I don't think that was, like, Vivec in the zone, because it looked like it was in Vivec City, and he was just there. That was probably just to show people, like, hey, here's Vivec, you know him? He's the guy that talked about killing the beasts in Necrom. Did he do it? Did he not? Who knows? Maybe he did it in a dream, and he thinks that he did it in real life. Or maybe he did it in a dream, and that means that he really did it. Those scales, though. He got a modified Alfiq part. He says I win this. He might actually be new. I don't know. I mean, so yeah, this whole DLC is covering, like, it's the vibe of it. It's pretty much exactly. Well, I assumed that it was gonna be more. I assumed it was gonna be more centered around the dead. I don't know if it is or if it isn't. I mean, it's Necrom. It's got to be to a degree, but I thought it was mostly gonna be like spooky vibes, like Halloween spooky vibes, with ghosts and the dead. But I mean, I think a Hermes Mora theme makes more sense. Because it's still spooky, and also I feel like maybe making Necrom seem spooky is kind of disrespectful, because I mean, it's not really the scary city. It's a very serious city. It's a very culturally important city to the Dunmer, and I think making it spooky, like I remember someone even saying, I don't remember who it was, but someone on Twitter said, God, I hope they don't make Necrom. If they do Necrom, I hope they don't make Necrom into like a trial or something, And like I was thinking, oh man, like if they did that, that would be horrible. That was a while ago. It was like a week or two ago. People were like, you know, we're probably gonna be getting Necrom, and then someone's like, I don't make it into a trial, and I was like, oh my god, I would be heartbroken. Like that'd be so mean. Like it's such an important city. But no, they gave it to us, and like I couldn't speak. I was like, this just looks. I think, I mean, my friend described it as like iconic. It's like it's already iconic. You know, it's just ingrained in my mind already, and that's what I feel like they're doing. They're really leaning heavily into when it comes to designing cities in the Elder Scrolls that haven't been designed before. They recognize that cities in the Elder Scrolls, you know, they have like iconic. It's like what they say about when you're designing a character, you want to design a silhouette that people can recognize. That's kind of what they go with, I think, for cities in ESO, and that's important. You know, you have that thing about them that just makes them identifiable. Like for Rimmon, you'd see like the aqueduct. It's like, yeah, that's Rimmon. Even if it was a silhouette, I could tell. You see Gonfalon Bay, you'd see the Colossus. It's like, yeah, that's Gonfalon Bay. And I think that's a very important part of city design in the Elder Scrolls, and they've really they just continue the trend this year with Necrom and like his giant teeth like rib cage like rocks that just come out of the ground. And Drizzy did make a good point, kind of like the spiky rocks, in the Vex Antlers. So it's not like a kind of style that we haven't seen in Morrowind before. Where is this guy going? Where he doesn't even want to get the. Oh, he's trying to get every single enemy on him, I think. I don't want to say I'm carrying this guy. I don't know if it's true, but. Hey, I got another one. I was gonna say nom nom nom, but that sounds weird. I mean, I know he wants it, but like. Oh, he didn't see me. Thank God. So here's some other things about Necrom that I thought I would let you guys know. Necrom is known for something called a dark heat. I don't quite know what that is, but it's in quotes. We'll see if they cover that in this DLC. It has a a very deep temple presence, but it existed before the Tribunal, and so it's dating back to like the Chimer days, which is so old. And so therefore, it's got like these deeply traditional vibes just ingrained into the city, and the theme is just so good. Where'd he go? Oh God. I'm thinking, I mean, like, I don't know, maybe they would end up making the crypts under Necrom into a public dungeon. I would honestly not prefer that at all. I'd like, I mean, if they make the Dwemer Ruin that I mentioned earlier into a public dungeon, that'd be cool with me. In fact, I think it deserves that. It deserves that kind of extensiveness, like in True Left Tinth. My tongue ran over my words. But I don't know. The fact that they marked the Dwemer Ruin on the map, I found interesting. It just doesn't seem like they're gonna make it a delve if it's like marked on the map. The other one was called Tel Dreloth or something. I don't recognize that name. If you guys recognize Dreloth, let me know. That doesn't sound familiar to me. It kind of does, but that's because it sounds like Veloth, I think. I'm really looking forward to seeing if they make a lot of places with weird Dunmer Chimer names, because those are the best, and it shows that ESO is not afraid to get a little less casual, you know. Like I'm not really big on the delves that have like names like the something, you know, like I don't know, the Stone Chamber or something like that. Like, give it a name, you know, like the ones in Vardenfell have names because they're based on actual areas from The Elder Scrolls 3. You should probably continue on that trend, you know. Like, if I have to mispronounce the name 50 times, so be it. I just feel more comfortable knowing that it has a name that seems to have, like, a deep cultural, feeling to it. Like, oh, this actually sounds like an ancient name. Like a Shamawea does. The reason why they don't do it a lot, though, I feel like the reason why they try to make things sound a little bit more casual is because they want people to remember delve names and stuff so easily. It's like, oh, it's hard to remember a name like that. We're just gonna pick something like, you know, the Flame Pit or something. It's like, we'll see. I mean, a couple of those couldn't hurt, but like you can't miss Zane Sipilu. Zane Sipilu is such a cool name. You don't mess with that. This person's like just dragging enemies over here. So yeah, I had been guessing Necrom for a while. At this point, like I've been talking nonstop to mom and dad to the point where they're tired of it probably. But they were like, I was like, that's probably gonna be Necrom. I just see it being the main city if we go to Eastern Morrowind. I think that it's just an iconic place, and I want to see it. A lot of people do. And so then, I mean, this just keeps happening. When the reveal happened and they called it Necrom, Mom always goes, "How do you do that?" To be fair, though, I mean, there were a lot of pretty obvious hints, to the point where it was so obvious to me that I was wondering if I was being played and it was a big red herring. And I told myself, I said, if this is a red herring, like if all these obvious breadcrumbs, like not like they're obvious, but like they're obviously meant to be breadcrumbs, I was like, if this happens to be a red herring or a trick, then I can't get excited for Elder Scrolls Mysteries anymore. I can't get excited for, like, oh, what's next year going to be? Because every single hint I'm going to find, I'm going to think, this is probably just another trick. It's probably just a trick. I'm being played again. And I didn't want that. I love the mystery. The, like, oh, I found this many references. Like, oh, I don't know the last time I've ever heard someone say Necrom that's got to mean something. It's fun. It's like a little game in itself. And you know, like, Blackwood, I guess, back when it was Leowen versus Skingrad, I guess Leowen, because I was like, that's totally Leowen, guys. You can tell. Even after the trailer, people were saying, that's probably Skingrad. I'm like, guys, you can see the Niben River right there. You can see the Argonian ruins. It's going to be like Blackwood or something. And then with High Isle, that was a really hard one, right? Because no one's going to guess the Sisters Archipelago, right? So there was, I took a while. There were like friends of mine that brought up some points about things like here's the code in the data mine and it says SYSHI, and I'm like, I have no idea what that means. People told me, that could just mean system, you don't know, and I was like, it probably just means system. But then more and more hints started coming out, right? And then I heard people referencing this place called High Isle, and I was like, where is this place mentioned? And they said, in one book, in Fargrave, in the Thieves Guild area, you can find a book that talks about this place called High Isle. And I'm like, oh, that sounds pretty promising. So I then began to connect the dots, right? Sisters, islands. The vibe was very islandy. High Isle sounds like High Rock. The Bretons are involved. SYSHI, and I'm like, yeah, it all makes sense now. And my friends were like, yeah, this totally makes sense. So I was like, I was on Team High Isle at that point. We still had a while to wait before the reveal. They actually leaked it on accident, like about 20, no, it was a few hours before they leaked it on accident, because this just keeps happening. They keep, it's not Zos's fault. It's just, I don't know, maybe it was Zos's fault last time, but it wasn't Zos's fault this time. This time it was IGN who did it. But, and I felt really bad, because I can tell they're super excited about this, and I really wanted it to be a surprise for people, because this is a really big deal, what we're doing. But I was surprised. Zos, if you're watching, I was surprised, because I went completely dark. I went like, Infinity War just came out, and I can't see it for a few days, dark. That's how dark I went. Which, by the way, I did. I think I couldn't see Infinity War for like a week, and so I just dropped everything, which is hard because I'm very social online. So I just couldn't do anything, because it was like, you know, you're gonna get Infinity War spoiled, and that was worth it, because like getting that ending spoiled would just suck. I didn't get Endgame spoiled either. So here's the thing, I don't like, I have a dramatic backstory when it comes to spoils. I used to care, obviously, spoils are bad, but I didn't used to be so paranoid until I had an experience in December of 2015, when The Force Awakens had just come out, and I was about to see it that day, and it was 2 a.m., and I was online, and I was trying to be careful, but someone used one of those meme formats that they use to trick you, and you aren't expecting like a spoiler at the end of the meme format, and so I saw the spoiler, and I was like, and it was like 2 a.m. and everyone was asleep, and I was just alone with my own thoughts, and I just felt like I was burning inside. Like, it was the worst feeling. I felt like I was on fire. I felt like the color red. I was just so mad. So ever since that, I just have been like, I just can't get spoilers. I just go dark at all times. Yep. Oh, the movie was good though. I mean, The Force Awakens was good. I think it would have been better if I didn't know what happened, because that was probably one of the more original points of the movie, because the rest of it was very kind of, you know, a lot of it was very much like, okay, we've seen this before, but in a different movie. But that felt super original, and I wish I got that actual feel of emotion, but nope. I would have probably yelped though, so maybe it's for the best. I would have totally made like a squeaking sound, and everyone would be like, I mean, so yeah, ever since then, like, any Star Wars movie is like, yeah, I'm going dark. Even like, you know, these shows that come out, if it's like a super serious show that comes out, I go dark pretty much. I'll only hang out in circles where like I know no one's gonna talk about it. But even then, that's super risky, because you just never know who's gonna say what. But like if I'm gonna play a game, I shut off my chats. I don't like accept any chats from Zone or anything. This guy just says, "Wow." Am I wow? You're wow. He says, "I go take the mission." Ah, oh, come on, dude. I don't want to be here forever. He's gonna go take the quest? I don't even know this guy. He says it's okay. He says it's okay. I don't know what he means by. Oh wait, hold on. What does he mean by that? He says it's okay. Does he want to leave? He's a sorcerer like me, though. Tomorrow's Dragon event is, I believe, in like 4 hours, if not 4 hours and 7. I don't remember if it's 6 or 9. My brain's like flipping the number around, so I can't decide which one it is. But yes, well, it's today, because it's after midnight for me. It's 2:09. But yes, there's a dragon event. So yeah, kill dragons, get tickets. You can collect the new Debella flower collectible, which is going to be used to transform into things like the personality. It's basically the new golden dragon. It's the new Morpholith. Also, we're going to be getting a new style called Desert Claw something, I think. And it looks pretty good. Very clothy. It's got like very baggy pants that seem to handle dyes well, it looks like. So I'm pretty hyped for that. Doing Dragon Quest now? That's a good idea. I would probably be doing that if I was not just doing this. But hey, I wanted to come here. This is what I wanted to do. And I think he's a new player, maybe. So, I mean, maybe? And I love helping new players out, because I once was a new player myself. It's kind of hard to believe. I still am kind of a new player, actually. Actually, when you think about it, I'm actually a very new Elder Scrolls fan. I literally was not an Elder Scrolls fan when Skyrim came out. I wasn't an Elder Scrolls fan when ESO came out. I'm pretty new. I'm usually late to the party. I think the only time I wasn't late to the party was probably Overwatch, which I still play consistently, and I was there the year it came out, so I consider myself a veteran. But I'm a very new. You fell asleep at 9:10, and now you missed everything. You didn't really miss much. I just went over the stream. Did you watch the stream? Did you want me to go over the stream again, which I probably won't do, but I'll go over my favorite parts maybe for you? Because I'm sorry, but I spent an hour and a half. No, an hour and 50 minutes maybe going over 30 minutes of content. So I don't want to get myself caught into that again. I could do it. I could, but my stream would be going much longer. Best thing about the new Chinese players is they're easy to help and nice. Yes, even though I don't think this guy is Chinese. Maybe though? You missed everything. Well, there's a VOD. So are you saying you didn't watch the reveal or anything, Enchantress? I thought you watched the reveal because we were talking about it, right? You got to communicate with them? No. I don't know, this guy's got like a wavy accent over an A. Isn't that more Hispanic? I know a lot more about the Elder Scrolls in real life, so I'm sorry. You missed my stream? I'm still here. The stream is still going on. All you missed was me babbling and babbling and babbling and going on. We watched the reveal together. Yeah, we did. That's right. I mean, but the thing is, so I was messaging so many people. I was messaging Riemann. I was messaging the UESP. Oh, that was like right after. I was on Twitter. I forget who I was talking to. How long am I gonna be here? Like how long am I gonna live? I don't know. I always thought that 95 sounded nice. Because that was my birth year. If you're asking how long my stream is going to exist, I honestly can't say. I could probably manage an extra hour. I gotta be up at 11, but not like for anything in particular. But I probably should. Like Friday, Saturday, Friday night, Saturday night, I can sleep in, but how long will you be live? I'll go over some Necrom stuff with you, because I'm just so excited about it, But Tojoshi needs to make an Arcanist and name it GLaDOS, because you can portal exactly. Or you can name it Chell, because Chell's the one who portals. But, why do you make that rotation? What rotation? What do you mean by rotation? He doesn't mean, like, ability rotation, does he? Because I don't have an ability rotation, I'm just gonna be honest. I just muscle memory. Oh, like bosses. I mean, like, we're just kind of like wondering. He's like, why are you going this direction? We're just kind of wandering together. He wants it because of his endeavors. He says, "I like very much your companion." I think he's saying that he likes my company. Anyways, Arcanist looks incredible. I'm just in pain because my newest character is a Hermaeus Mora follower, and that class would be perfect for him. And it doesn't look like they're making class changes a thing. Trivia Night is like super Hermaeus Mora focus, so this really hurts. But that's just like always what seems to happen for me. Like, I always feel like a character I made should be a different class or something. The guy wants the pet. The guy wants to collect the entire pet. I haven't collected this entire pet in my life. He wants to collect the pet now? Yeah, guys, remember, I don't know why we're getting all this influx of, like, Asian players, Chinese and Japanese and whatnot, but, I mean, honestly, I've been seeing a lot of very less desirable Elder Scrolls Online players treat them horribly, and I have reported those people. Don't be those people. It's kind of hard to believe those people exist, but I was seeing it, and it was happening, so. You leveled up! You love them? I love them too. You actually never seen someone talk. I'm hoping that like, I mean, like, if it happened to me in a language I didn't understand, you know, I wouldn't understand it. I'm kind of hoping that they didn't understand it, but oh. Yeah, I saw them in Glenumbra is where I saw a decent amount, and that was when someone like started being like hyper racist, and then like no one was saying anything. But maybe, I mean, well, some people were saying stuff, but a lot of people were agreeing with them, and it was like, okay, this is a nightmare. Are people like this? But when it really came down to it, I told the zone chat, I'm like, he's just looking for attention. We should just stop talking to him. So we stopped talking to him, and he started saying things to try to get people to interact with him, but no one was saying anything. Literally, the entire zone chat went mute. They went mute, and he was trying to, like, egg people on. He was like, right? Am I right? And, like, no one's saying anything, and I'm like, I cannot believe that this is actually working. Like he just slowed down to a stop because no one was giving him what he wanted. Yeah, I reported them. I'm pretty dang sure I can't see a universe where I don't. I definitely, yeah, you know what, now that I think about it, I definitely did. I've been doing that a lot lately, it seems. I did that in Overwatch recently, and I don't know, I don't like that it's been a thing recently. And I bet you're thinking, you know, Overwatch, duh, it's gonna happen, but honestly, Overwatch, you don't really encounter, especially you just play quick play, you're not gonna encounter, like, as many toxic people as you think, but some people are just really toxic, and like, super hyper reportable at that point. No remorse for toxicity and racism. They're kind of the same thing. He just kind of stopped moving. Wait, no. Oh, wait, no. Was he lagging? Oh god, I think he was lagging because he just like teleported way over here. Or he is kind of fast. Okay. So, I mean, I can't stick with this guy until he has all the pieces, but I can maybe help him feel confident enough to do it himself. I want you to give us a translator so bad so we can chat, right? I can only translate Daedric script and some Aelia Dune. I'm sorry, I can't translate real life things. I took 2 years of Spanish. I'm still so bad at translating Spanish. Where you come from? Is that an early game outfit? Is that like this is like the Daggerfall Knight or something, isn't it? I think so. Oh yeah, see, he's from Brazil. See, I knew it. South, not east. I thought so by his name. This isn't really an impressive moment. I wonder if he knows that bosses don't really have an extra chance to drop mummified elfic parts. At least I don't think they do. This is kind of disrespectful. I shouldn't be jumping on pottery. This Clannfear likes me. Oh yeah, and I got this, obviously. I love it. I also need to take a screenshot for the VOD. There's gotta be a thumbnail. He's communicating with me via mementos. Wait a minute, he's not new. He can't have that and be new, so he's not new. He's just leveling up a new character. Because there's no way he's got that thing. Do you get that for vet? Or do you get this for just completing it? I forget if this is vet or not. I think it's vet, so. I'm gonna ask him if he wants to be a part of the guild. It's basically the guild is my auxiliary friends list because I'm out of friends list spaces. I mean, he might have full guild, so. We do have text-to-speech now, though. I haven't really tried it out, but I know that we have text-to-speech. Oh, no, he doesn't have any more slots. Oh, man.
Group at Vijonte call me about your guild.
Yeah, see that. Wait. Wait. Oh, okay. So wait. That's him. I'm in accessibility mode. That's why my UI looks console. It is interesting. This is call me about your guild.
Group at Weather Dragon. It's pretty casual.
She said my name. Imagine the things that this woman has said. Shame on her. So yeah, this is accessibility mode. You can do this on PC. You can use it. A lot of people use it to play with controllers, and a lot of people just like the way it looks. The text is very large. The usernames and stuff are large. I'm seeing usernames over character names, which is, I'm not sure if you can change that. For some reason, I can't seem to swap to... Oh, I need to use my arrow keys to select stuff on my Q slot. So this is probably pretty much for controllers. Am I only in guild chat? What do you mean? I'm only in group chat right now. I'm only talking in group chat.
Group at Weather Dragon. So yeah, I use it as an extra friend list.
See, even using my arrow keys here will move the map around, which is very interesting. But yeah, I mean, like, if you keep this on, you know, it's like, it's a shame, because it's like, it's so useful. I mean, the voice is so clear. She says things...
Has logged off with Temple of Flesh.
There's Enforcer. It's super nice, and it's very accessible, and I'm super, you know, happy that the team added this. But, I mean, like, man, some stuff you don't want heard, and it's like, if you're a streamer, it can be, you know, it can be such a good thing and a bad thing. I was just hit during my dash, which causes the slide glitch. I mean, so like, if you're streaming and you use this for accessibility reasons.
Has logged on with Apocalypse Dementia Kiss.
I just like to think people hopefully. I mean, I imagine people wouldn't be super mean in the chat. Well, this is a new thing, but that's putting too much faith in people. Like, a lot of people probably don't even know this exists. And in fact, you know what? If they did know it existed, they would be saying the worst things ever because they want to just spam people's chat with it so that they can hear the bot saying it. You want to read everything to you? That is fantastic. If I ever want your UI to look like that, yeah, this is it's a large UI. I like the UI. But it kind of looks like ESO 2. Like, if ESO had a sequel, this is what the UI would look like. It's all like, it's definitely different. But yeah, also it takes on a lot more of a Skyrim-esque sort of vibe when you pull up your menus. It definitely leans into that. You getting a Elfique part yet, my dude? Oh my lord. Please, just... See, here's the thing I don't like about accessibility mode, is that you can't... I'm so used to casting circles and then clicking to trigger the ability, but you can't do that in accessibility mode. In accessibility mode, you need to press the key that you already pressed to cast the ability, which a lot of people probably do by default, but I do not, so... Anyway, if you guys want to know how, like, much I've been thinking about this reveal, and this is not the first time. I've done this many times. In fact, I've done this for every DLC since Greymoor. I've had a dream about the reveal, or at least a dream about what the content's going to be like. For Blackwood, I dreamt that, like, the world events were going to be like small rooms where you had to fight a bunch of Daedra that are on fire. And that was going to be the world event. And then for High Isle, I dreamt that... Honestly, it wasn't too terribly different. You know, this is an island, is a beach. We were wandering around, and we found, like, ancient Khajiit architecture on the beach, which I was like, this doesn't make any sense. What is this doing here? So, yeah, that was another one. And then last night, I had a dream about... Well, I couldn't really... It didn't have Hermaeus Mora or anything in it. I couldn't really imagine what it could be because we had no real hints about location. We only had hints about topics. So... Hold on, let's use that one. So here's what... I had a dream about it, and I don't really remember much about it, but I did write down in my notes when I woke up a name. And it was supposed to be the name of the DLC. So here's the name of the Elder Scrolls Online 2023 chapter, DLC. It is named. Come on, where'd I put it? Where'd I put it? Where'd I put it? Oh God, where did I put it?
At Scalalizard Boy has logged off with Leafy Lizard Boy.
It's called Hack Scale. Hack Scale was the name of the DLC. 2023 years so Hack Scale. I don't know. It looked Elsewhere-ish. It was probably because I've got Elsewhere on the mind. You know, and my brain was probably thinking of dragons in Elsewhere, so I put together Hack Scale. It doesn't sound great, and I was like, this is not a great name. This sounds lame. And then it was like, okay, wait, no, hold on. This is a dream. Wake me out. This is lame. Am I in a delve? I am in a public dungeon. This is the Roman Necropolis, and we're going elsewhere. And this guy is wanting to collect the collectible, but I can't stick with him.
At Sigii Serpentarius, whispers, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
He was just waiting to do that. You logged on for only that, didn't you? Didn't you? I can't scroll up. I don't know if you just logged on. No, you logged out and then logged on, didn't you? Someone clip that. He's just gonna make it say things now. He's getting enjoyment out of it.
Group at Viajante Do. I need one pause, 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah. 5 to 10 minutes? Really?
2. At Sigii Serpentarius. Weather is the best. He's so smart and cool, and he has a fan club.
It's true. It's true. This is a good place to hide. Oh my god. Okay, I don't know how to navigate this menu. The Elder Scrolls Online 2 is so frustrating. The UI is completely different. What do I even do? What is supplies? Is that everything I have? What is this? Oh, no. Yes. Inventory?
At
No.
Sigii Serpentarius, whispers, you mean like an
No.
OnlyFans club? Two, at Sigii Serpentarius, don't be ridiculous. 2. At Sigii Serpentarius, yes.
I don't know where anything is. Like, if I... Oh, I have to press E to select. Oh, no. That's a problem. That's a big problem. That's a big problem, because my E key's not working right now. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, God. That sucks. So I can alter a couple things. I can alter the voice volume, the voice speed. This is going to...
Whispers, butts everywhere.
Maybe I should make it slow. No, I can't do that.
At Sigii Serpentarius. You were just waiting to say that.
This is a really good... I mean, it sounded like a real guy for a second. It sounded like a real guy. It was pretty good.
2. At CGI Serpentarius, I am a real man. Not a fake robot man. A real man.
uh.
2. At CGI Serpentarius, do you know how long I've been looking for you?
It's so fascinating that, you know, the computer sees the question mark so it knows to make it sound like a question. Okay, Pinocchio.
At Magelight 1 has logged off with Druid Sons of Heal. At CGI Serpentarius whispers, yes, forever, in the bested hide and seek. Two, at CGI Serpentarius, the next Elder Scrolls Online chapter will be Chicago, and do not let anyone tell you otherwise. At Magelight 1 has logged on with Khajiit White Chocolate.
White chocolate. Now I want white chocolate.
At CGI Serpentarius whispers, they all changed their names to Chicago.
He just sounds so real, doesn't he? I misread that as giving me space people, like you want people from space.
At CGI Serpentarius whispers, and no resistance. Two, at CGI Serpentarius, I'm afraid I can't do that, Dave.
I want to participate. I just came out of nowhere. Space people.
Two, at CGI Serpentarius, I'm bored. Two, at CGI Serpentarius, I want to get out of this necropolis, please. Two, at CGI Serpentarius, I have been here so long I may as well be dead.
He's still sitting there. He is still sitting there. Fantastic. This is a heck of a menu here.
At CGI Serpentarius whispers in Killing Dragons. You should just bail.
Land Forces the quest giver. Give me a good quest. What's your quest? I forgot to return my Undaunted. I gotta do that.
Group at Viajante Du in here.
Oh, he's back.
Group at Viajante Du. Let's go. Group at Weather Dragon for a bit longer. until you finish the mission.
It's a pretty... I mean, like, back in my day, we had Microsoft Sam. Does everyone remember Microsoft Sam? We made Microsoft Sam say special things. But, like, man, it sounds so much better now. Like, it's crazy how much better this text-to-speech sounds. You guys ever seen, like, Chat Cat? That streamer that has the cat that has text-to-speech, and it's just hilarious. Like, the chat makes the cat say things, and it sounds all British. It's hilarious.
At Mage Light 1 has logged off with Tajidi White Chocolate. At CGI Serpentarius, whispers, John Madden, John Madden, John Madden.
He's gonna appear now. Everyone gets immature when they realize the computer is saying their words. I didn't say immature. I said we made him say special things. I had him, recite the Constitution and read to me The Art of War, which was
Mage Light
interesting.
1 has logged on with Orkilia Zelda.
It's my friends are always logging out and in, out and in, out and in. So many characters. By the way, new character slots I believe are coming. I heard that they're allowing like another character slot, and I think if you buy Netcrum, you get another character slot. That is a thing. I heard about it. Check their Twitter if you don't believe me, which would kind of hurt my feelings. So if you're doing it, just know that you're hurting my feelings. But whew. Interesting, we become children and play with it. Playing with things ain't just for children. I've actually been playing ESO a lot longer than what the stream says because, you know, like I said, we did all of Moongrave Fane, and then we hung out on the bridge a little bit, and other things. Sleeps was there. Someone said we're getting 2 character slots, but they gave us 3 with the Necro. You're gonna be upset if it's only 2. Oh, did they? Yeah, I think it's only 2. I didn't know that anyone was expecting new slots. I guess because of the it makes sense. I guess because you want to make a new character with the class that they want to give you another slot without you having to abandon a character. I guess that makes sense. One heal, one take, one DPS, especially since they're going the route where they want it to be versatile, so that you can make it into a support, into a tank, into a DPS. Because it sounds like they said that they had like a support line, an offense line, a defense line. Sounds like they want to keep it being versatile. You guys know that I've never played Necromancer in my life. The only time I might have for a second, like by playing on Mom's computer, because I know she's got a Necromancer, but not like on my own characters.
At Angelico_Pickles has logged off with on B.
Crap! No! Oh God! No! No! Are you serious? Ah. Okay, hold on. Just for guts.
Group at Viajante Do. I love that area.
he just sounds so so excited, doesn't he? I love that area. Hold on, what's E? There's E on the menu, and I need to get rid of it. Hold on.
Group at Weather Dragon, hold on please.
Yeah, let's do this. This should work. Yeah, okay.
Group at Viajante Do, okay.
How does anyone work with this? I'm sorry, it's just like... How do you, like, mark as junk? Ugh! This is a challenge. Actions.
At Angelico_Pickles has logged on with Little Leap.
This is just draining. Why, where's Marcus Junk? Can you not Marcus Junk and... Oh my god. Oh my god. This is killing me. This is killing me. This is so hard. This is like hardcore mode.
This one helps you, yeah.
Ugh. Okay. Rubinite dagger. Sell. 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 Yeah, sell those. Sell. 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 Good lord. Sell. Sell. You don't realize how good you have it until something like this happens in your life. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. I'm just gonna leave it at that. I mean, like, this is killing me, so... Oh, did you just leave me? You guys want to make movies I've played Skyrim, not that you've seen it? No, 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 no. And I've played Skyrim. It's not, I mean, it looks like Skyrim, but it doesn't... But here's the thing, I can't use my mouse, and it also just feels clunkier, you know? It's... If I was using a controller, maybe, but it's just... Skyrim's is not. I mean, I feel like it would be very different, but you'd catch on better than that.
Group at Weather Dragon, all set.
I like the way he says my name.
At CGI Serpentarius has logged off with Apocalypse Dementia Kiss. At Angelico_Pickles has logged off with Little Leap.
Why is he over here? Dang it. Hi, let's go. Speaking of Skyrim, I'm going to be doing the Dragonborn DLC probably over the course of...
Group at
might even start this weekend.
Other side.
I still hate that item menu, and it's in Skyrim, you want to see all your ends laid out. Not in scrolling menu, it's clunky, you don't like it. Why are we stalling? Why are we still here? Why aren't we turning in the quest? Please, I can't be here forever. How long have I been here? It might have been, it's like probably an hour.
At CGI Serpentarius has logged on with Queen of Sin.
How'd you manage to get that name? Here I go! Wait, no, no, no. Sorry, my bad. Here I go!
At Angelico_Pickles has logged on with Just Ordinary.
Just Ordinary. I wonder how well this guy can pronounce Elder Scrolls terms. You know? Like...
Two at CGI Serpentarius in Schilufting.
Yeah, pretty good. It's pretty good. Good for his first try. Yeah, you came when you got here about 45 minutes ago. My God. I've been here forever. He just won't leave. He just won't leave. I mean, he's on the quest, right? I think he is. We have a hard time communicating. Ow. Ow. Oh, wrong step. You ever like think you swap but you didn't? It was on the wrong bar, spamming your shield instead of your spam. But well, it's good to know that I'm not alone. Sometimes though, it can lead to my death because it's like I'm so used to like, oh, I can swap and then heal. It's like, oh wait, hold on, I haven't swapped.
Angelico_Pickles has logged off with Just Ordinary.
It's like, oh, I thought I swapped, but I didn't, and like that could either kill someone else or me. And it's like maybe I get stunned while I'm trying to swap and I don't notice. Where are we going? This is not... Well, I guess this might be the quest. Well, I've leveled him up like 5 times. Well, not 5 times, but by 5. Haha. I want to be free of this pain. I could abandon him, you know? I know what I have to do, but I don't think I have the strength to do it. Here's the thing. I made a mistake. I told him about the off-peak parts, and he just wants every single one. And I'm like, no, you know, no. You're like, you're looking for 10 off-peak parts, and...
At Angelico_Pickles has logged on with Golden Bandit.
Angelica likes playing this game. Are we supposed to be going this way? Jessica's probably doing redstone, probably. Yep. I'm assuming this is where you want to go. I'm assuming. Just a big assume. Uh-oh. Man, like, if only there was like a endeavor for this, like a weekly. I did my daily here, but that was ages ago. Why are we over here? Wait, actually, no. I think we make a left here into this chamber. If it's because you're actually so child there because you have to do doing those things, but you got fighting your friends throughout the day. It's because you're pretty. I swear, if he is not going to that main chamber to do like a quest-related thing, then I am out. Well, I'll tell him, but I gotta go. Well, I mean, not necessarily like I've got you, but like I've been here forever, man, forever. This is like the game at this point. The game is Rimmen Necropolis, the game online. You're on your beefcake. He would not appreciate being called pretty. Oh. I appreciate being called pretty. It is on my list of top 5 compliments. But it's not at the very top. This is where you go for the quest, so I'm hoping that's what he's doing. You can be petty, he strives for that tough guy. Oh, you can be pretty, he strives for that tough guy appearance. That's fair. I'm gonna open this ancient urn because that seems like a smart thing to do. Okay, yeah, he's doing the quest, so he's doing the thing in here right now. He's getting the dialogue. Hopefully he's listening to the dialogue. I will wait here if he is listening to the dialogue. And this is a straight
At
shot.
Angelico_Pickles has logged off with Golden Bandit.
Part of me was wondering if we were gonna get like Central Elsewhere this year, because I know it's small, but like with the sisters, they can make anything pretty big. But I was also thinking like, you know, a smallish chapter is probably what we can expect this year, because they're gonna be doing so many like bug fixes and stuff. But this looks pretty big. I think I mean, like, they went through the normal talk about the zone size, and it sounds like a normal zone size. Nothing special. Not like there's more or less delves, but I kind of like that. I mean, it's something comforting about sticking to the status quo and knowing that you're going to get 6 delves, 2 public dungeons, 6 world bosses. It'd be cool to get wandering world bosses, though. Wandering world bosses would be really cool in a chapter, wouldn't it? I wonder why they don't do that. They haven't told us what the world events are. We don't know anything about the world events. They said they're Oblivion related, though. I guess that's one thing they did say about it. And so therefore, I'm guessing that it'll be like Hermaeus Mora. I mean, Hermaeus Mora is going to be testing you throughout this whole thing. Where is he going?
At Angelico_Pickles has logged on with Graceful Demise.
You think they're giving us Battlespire this year? Not this year, no.
Weather Dragon,
but I think
finish the mission.
I definitely think this could lead to the Battlespire. It seems pretty strong. Because they're really leaning into the cosmic, metaphysical. I think that Battlespire
Group
would
at
be.
Viajante do, yes. Group at Viajante do, mummified Alpig parts, take 2 only. Group at Weather Dragon, I should probably get going at this point. That is a decent amount of segments. Group at Weather Dragon, at least for this time.
This guy makes me sound so much sexier than I actually am. They said they're giving us a never-ending arena you can do with your friends. That is fair. That is fair. But I mean, like, the Battlespire is not known for being infinite.
Choose as many paths.
It's not known for being infinite. I mean, I guess they could make the Battlespire into a dungeon. I just feel like the Battlespire... I mean, I feel like the Battlespire would make sense to pair it with, like, a Calovia DLC, because you could put the Weir Gate there in Calovia, but... Can I do... What does he say if I do a heart emoji?
Group at Weather Dragon, it's been fun. Love.
He said
at
love.
Nikita Wolf 92 has logged on with Razzle Dazzle Dar.
Razzle Dazzle Dar. It's just so funny to hear him say it. Yeah, they worded it dungeon. They're trying to give something to do that one part. That's true.
At Tiny Lives has logged on with Ranny Siren Song.
It's Tiny Lives.
Group at Viajante do, very fun.
Okay,
Group
let's...
At Weather Dragon, take care.
Let's
Group
let's do
at
this.
Viajante do, you too.
Let's switch off accessibility mode. Sorry guys. Let's now leave the group, and he said add me on friends list, which means I'm gonna have to find an opening really fast. Error. Or I'm gonna look like an asshole, so I'm gonna... I was gonna do it anyway. But like, how long? 3 months. I wish they got more friends slots. Not a group. He said love instead of less than 3. You want to see how he read smiley faces? If Enforcer's still on, I'll mess with it. But I need to clear my inventory really quick. So here I'm gonna clear my inventory. Because it's just been bothering me in the back of my head. I've been thinking like this is probably just all messed up, and it pretty much is. I hate like when you pull up your inventory and then you drop it and it's all everything just gets all tangled, and God, I hate it so much. I'm kind of hoping they that's a quality of life update. They changed that. They changed a lot of things. I'd enjoy it if they just made it so that it doesn't work that way. I think that's okay, right? That's good. Any runes? There's this one. Why don't I put help up his lamp somewhere? Okay. So, let's is Enforcer still on? Yeah, I'm gonna use Enforcer as my my test dummy here. Okay. Here I go. I'm gonna send faces. He's just gonna say 3 or something.
2 at Sigii Serpentarius 3.
Yeah.
At Magelight 1 has logged on with Carnamary. 2 at Sigii Serpentarius Smiley Face.
Smiley face.
2 at Sigii Serpentarius C.
No, he doesn't take that.
2 at Sigii Serpentarius. 2 at Sigii Serpentarius OWO.
He does say smiley face.
2 at Sigii Serpentarius Laughing Face.
Laughing face. You have to use emoticon ones. No, this is who I am.
2 at Sigii Serpentarius W.
This is who I am. I'm an OO man. I'm an uwu man.
2 at Sigii Serpentarius.
I'm a hyphen. W hyphen
At Sigii Serpentarius Whispers OO.
He said it! Oh my god, he says it!
2 at Sigii Serpentarius OO. 2 at Sigii Serpentarius OO. What's this? At Timey Lives has logged off with Ranny Siren Song.
I love this man too.
2 at Sigii Serpentarius Uwu.
I'm too easily amused, I'm sorry. And the mic's right here, I'm sorry. I'm not used to the mic being right here. Oh man. Oh god, this mode. I mean, it's weird. There's things I love about this mode. There's things I don't like about this mode. Like, if I could customize it, if I could use this mode, my cursor, I'd feel a lot better. I don't like some of the restrictions it puts on me. I don't like that I can't use my mouse here at all. You know? There's things I like, there's things I don't.
Hello.
He says it!
At Timey Lives has logged on with Timey Lives.
2 at Sigii Serpentarius OO.
She also says it.
2 at Sigii Serpentarius Uwu.
You keep it on anytime you're not questing. Here's the thing. This is a big risk. Someone could just pop into zone chat and say something absolutely insane. They could say the Barsamic Aelids never existed, and you would hear that. And I don't want that kind of stuff on my stream. You're like, I'm not streaming. Let them say it. Let them say what they want. What I like about the aqueduct is that it makes you look up a lot, and when you look up, you see the moons. It's very pretty. Huh, that looks... This is
At
odd.
Angelic_Pickles has logged off with Graceful Demise. At Magelight1 has logged off with Carnamary.
Man, I'd love to hear it say... hold on. Let me have it say my name. I don't have to... I can just type it.
2 at Sigii Serpentarius chases giant clouds.
That's me.
At Sigii Serpentarius Oof.
Oof.
At Magelight1 has logged on with Onalika Valise.
There used to be more crows around. It's a lot quieter lately, and thank the gods I can hear myself think again. I'll say this about Elsewhere. It's never boring.
Why did she see that line?
Yourself, but even the toughest warriors need to stay prepared.
Okay, I want to sell everything that's in my marked as junk folder, but can I access my marked as junk folder? I probably can't. Yeah, it's all just smashed together. How does anyone play? Oh no, I don't know how they do it. This is not accessible at all.
Great White Muscle flaunts his great white muscle.
Not plural,
At
singular.
_Pickles has logged
Izzy
on
needs
with
to hire this
Epinania.
robot for her stream chat. She's got a robot for her chat. It doesn't sound as good as this one though. Just saying, but I guess that's why she's got to hire it.
At CGI Serpentarius has logged off with Queen of Sin.
You can say "oh whoa" after that in person, and I am sad about it. Oh whoa.
Do you hear it? The roar of the first cat on the wind.
Wait, no, I've done this. I've done this. It's not a repeatable either, because this just takes you to the temple. I've done that. What the heck? I've seriously done that. I swear, officer, I've done it. Maybe I did on another character. It's because when I'm done on Clouds, he's my main, so.
You will become a believer soon enough.
I like how she says that when you walk away. She's like, you'll become a
At
believer soon
CGI
enough.
Serpentarius has logged on with Great White Muscle.
Huh, I can go up and get past chat messages, but I can't, like, look up in the chat, I guess? Yeah.
At Viajan Tedu has logged off with Sandro Leo.
Dragon's not enough. Now we deal with Bromothra, too.
Well, the zone chat is oddly quiet. Maybe I shouldn't jinx it. Okay. I can't. Hold on. No. How do I still... Do I just... I can click, I guess? But
At
how...
Angelic_Pickles has logged off with
Come on,
Epinania.
come on. Okay, choose destination. Inside. Oh god. Oh god, it's making me press E. You've crossed the line, lady. Nobody make me press E. Maybe I could just click on it. Just from goofing off for leveling the hidden thieves skill, your character's already level 30. Nice. Dang. Wow. Okay, so when this is done loading, nice. Do I have anything to sell? I think I do, right? Hi, Fez. I'm so sorry for being a problem earlier. I was having to use the accessible mode. If they adjusted to not be slower than you, because it's oh, this mount was usable already. You don't normally play your new characters for a while, making them because of the mount speed. You hope they adjusted to not be slower than you, because it's so dumb. Man, my mount was like so slow for so long. I just didn't use my mount much, His didn't. Anyways, so I am going to just really quick gonna not like gonna spend an hour or whatever on it, but I'm gonna really quick just go over the stuff for Enchantress, but she has to pay attention. Are you paying attention? I'm just now realizing how cold it is in here. She's still talking about her mount speed. She's not paying attention. You pay attention to what you got here. Okay, well, here we go then. Here we go. Let me get some tabs. I'm not gonna pull up the stream. I'm not gonna go through that again. I already did, over an hour talking about that, so. Okay, let's see if they changed the website a little bit. Yeah, this looks good, right?
No time.
Oh God.
For lore.
Hearing myself like that just scared the life out of me. Okay, so we will go over the cinematic. We'll go over the cinematic again. All right, so I'll show you the cinematic. I'm not even going to talk during cinematic. It can be kind of confusing and stuff because we just don't know a lot of what's going on here, and stuff is going to get weird this year. So it's going to be weird, but we're going to watch the cinematic, and well, first of all, I'm going to show you. I'm going to pull up the chat on my phone. So. Now time for lore. Can't wait till Layla's buy the outfit the Arcanist is wearing. It's a pretty awesome outfit. Okay, I'm gonna keep this here so I can see the chat. All right. Display. All right. First of all, where are we going? What's going on this year? Well, we've been here, been to Vardenfell. We've been down here, Mournhold, Narcissus. We've got Stonefalls is here, Deshaun is here. So we're gonna be going here to this is the peninsula. The peninsula starts right here where the water's on either side, and it goes all the way up here. Is it called the Telvanni Peninsula? Not usually. Usually only this part over here is called the Telvanni Peninsula, and they also own these islands. As of now, however, it feels like the Telvanni have their strength way deep inland, and I don't know why, but maybe we're gonna find out. But it looks like they've been there for honestly quite a bit. Necrom is over here, close to the sea. So it's got the Potomac Ocean on the eastern side, land on the western side. I don't have the map they gave us on me, but I think they had the Dwemer ruin of Kamelzi, is that how you say it? Over here. They had that new Tel Dreloth I don't recognize was down here. So what source was the Telvanni Peninsula more north? A lot of sources. In fact, I mean most everything, but most of those things were post ESO. So for all we know, for the most part during the second era, at least at this point, the Telvanni could have been really strong, and then they could have lost their power, and the peninsula might have been restricted towards the more of the northern side. But it's kind of the question of well, where's Indorel now? Because this is an Indorel land. It's usually down here, so. It could just be the Telvanni are really strong at this moment. I kind of want it to be a plot point, but we will see. A lot of people in the USP, it got kind of heated in there this afternoon. But I'm on team just gonna wait and see. But part of me is thinking that they're just not going to explain it, because to be honest, there's a lot of towers, and it makes me wonder. It's like, this doesn't look like this is a new thing. It looks pretty old. We'll see, though. We'll see. We'll see if things, change over time, or if they'll explain that, like, the Telvanni are on the move north, or maybe they're overextending their stay at the moment and they're too far south. Maybe it has something to do with the Ebonheart Pact, and maybe I don't know, it's just Indoral's being affected by that, and Telvanni take advantage of it. I don't know. We know so little, I can't say. But what I can say is that technically, yes, this is the peninsula that we are going to be in. It is the peninsula because it's got water on the other side. Geographically, it is that. And I'm guessing because the Telvanni have so much power, they just consider the Telvanni Peninsula. I mean, it's just how it is. We'll just see. No, you mean things change over time, so as well all the time. Yeah, I know. But like, there are sources before this. I don't remember if they all say the same thing. But I mean, like, consider this, for example. Consider that in ESO Morrowind, the one that came out, 2017, Ald'ruhn over here is completely under Ashlander control. It's an Ashlander village. They've got Scar, the giant Emperor Crab skeleton, and House Redoran is known to be in possession of Scar in the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. The House Redoran is nowhere to be seen in ESO. And they even have a quest that explains how House Redoran gets their dirty hands into Ald'ruhn and how things change over time. And so it's like, there could be even a quest that explains, like, oh, okay, so the Telvanni are probably going to collectively go north. I don't know. I'm just saying, we've had this before. It's happened before, to an incredibly small extent, but it's happened before. So who knows? So that out of the way, though, Necrom looks fantastic. Here is the ESO website right now. This is the the big art that they're going with. You can see Necrom there in the back. The Arcanist is in the front, and Hermaeus Mora is just looking from the sky. He's not going to be actually be in the zone looking down, I don't think. But they haven't shown you looking up. But no, Hermaeus Mora is probably that's just like showing that he sees everything. So, yeah, so Necrom's in the back and looks absolutely wonderful. And so I just can't get over how Necrom looks. I'm sorry, it's fantastic. It just looks so good. It looks like there's like some kind of garden district over here. Like there's a dome that looks open. I can't even tell. It looks like there's trees in it almost, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just like a dome, because there's domes everywhere. Brilliant looking domes though. Yeah, her outfit is really sweet. Her outfit's really sweet. So, yeah, here's the poster we've got for it. I'm gonna show you guys the cinematic in a little bit. Here's the full poster version, which is pretty awesome. Let's open that in a new tab and just kind of zoom in the low res. But, I mean, just look at it. It's like in rib cages, or almost Jaws, but I think it looks more like a rib cage, sort of. And it's got the lofty walls and the gleaming white towers. It's got like a bone white. This is how it was described to look. And it's just so good. And so you got like these ships coming in. There's a little port, and obviously mushrooms everywhere. Some portions of the cinematic show tall trees, so maybe there'll be like a foresty section. I'm really hoping that we get like Morag Tong, like more Morag Tong lore. Maybe even see if it connects to Hermaeus Mora, because the Morag Tong's called the Foresters Guild, and Hermaeus Mora is often associated with forests because his name Mora means forest. So we'll see if they expand on that a little bit, because we are getting Naryu and we're getting Asher. So to continue, here is the cinematic. I will full screen it if I can. The name of this is going to be Shadow over Morrowind. I'm really excited. They're giving us a name, because I didn't think they were gonna give us a name. I thought that they were just gonna stop and just call it the chapter name, because I really like the whole general vibe name, like Legacy of the Bretons and stuff. And I'm really glad to see that they're still including those. The ship there looks like, or the ship is there, gives it scale, and it makes it look more of a massive build than it does without them. Yeah, I'm hoping it's that big. I want to be in it. Anyways, here we go. Tell me if it's too loud or too quiet, because I can't know. It's not letting me make it full screen until I open it up in YouTube. Okay, here we go. That ending music, though. The fight scene is so cool because the attacks go to the beat. It was for sure your favorite part of the trailer. What I really like, I like what they're doing with Hermes Mora here, because I mean he looks creepy. Obviously, the guy looks horrifying, but he's not being dangerous here. He's you know, like he even needs our help, and he even works with mortals and stuff. They even talked about like how he respects Laramil like as much as he can respect a mortal. I mean, this isn't Laramil, but it's interesting to see him hang out with mortals. He definitely looks scarier than he is. He just talks really slow, and he knows a lot of things that would melt your brain 1,000 billion times over. But I love looking at all his little eyes looking around. It's just so creepy. Everyone's been waiting for this, man. And just like the classic theme at the end. And it kind of goes off a little bit. It like sounds sad. I mean, it's just so good. I mean, just look at this. I'm hoping that we get like tall trees and stuff. We need forests. It'd just be so cool to get for us. And so I'm guessing like he gets knocked down. By the way, this guy has has incredible facial hair, but he gets knocked down, and she heals him because there will be healable abilities. At least I'm assuming she's healing him. They will have healable abilities. They're gonna have support abilities, offensive and tank abilities. Andrews calls him Tentacle Daddy. like well before now he's always referred to him as that. I mean, just this pan up shot at Necrom, just I just couldn't speak. It just looks so good. And I mean, this guy. I mean, wait, well, hold on, wait. I mean, just look at that. Look at him. I mean, also he's definitely working with her, you know, because he's got the symbol from Asmora on his outfit, a lot like we at the USB do, because that's our guild tabard icon that we use. So, you know, it kind of looks like he's wearing the tabard. But I mean, just look at that facial hair. This is the like classiest Dunmer I've ever seen. He just looks incredible. OG, we better get that outfit too. I think it looks wonderful. I like him as a character. Okay, so I mean, like I haven't really gone step by step through like everything that's going on here, but I mean, like, so it seems like they didn't say 50-50, but it seems like it's probably going to be 50-50, you know, half Morrowind, half Apocrypha. So this is going to be like the Deadlands DLC, but with, you know, with Oblivion and Nirn and like chapter. So it's gonna be like half chapter. So it might end up being like, you know, 2 small DLCs in one. Actually, it'll probably be more than that, you know, because we're gonna have like a max of probably like, you know, 6 delves. So it's like 3 delves each. Probably. Depends how evenly they split it. I don't quite understand what's going on here. Obviously, there's just a weird thing going on. This Daedra, I believe, wants. I think he wants to uncover these secrets that he shouldn't uncover, or he either wants that or he wants the exact opposite. I forget. He's either fighting to keep them covered or he's fighting to uncover them. I forget. The man does have style. So there's this whole thing going on. He's just kind of having a talk with them. This whole area just looks incredible. I wish that we got more of a focus on it instead of like the shaky camera. But I mean, like look at the architecture. This is exactly what I imagined. I mean, here's the thing. I did get a I can say this now, I guess, because it's time to say this. But I did get a glimpse into a data mine that a friend showed me without me asking, because I'm not really big on data mines. But they showed me a tiny blurry furnishing that was called it had NEC in the name, NEC. Now by that point, which was a few weeks ago, I had already made up my mind that we were getting Morrowind Necrom. So that was pretty much just the confirmation for me. But I still got scared that it was a complete red herring. I got scared that we were lied to because it just seemed too obvious, and so I was still pleasantly surprised to find out that it was true. But I definitely have been a Morrowind chooser for like probably ever since November, late November, maybe mid-November. But Hammerfell was also kind of on my list. But either way, so I did get that blurry glimpse into the more like it looks very like Mesopotamian kind of a architectural style, but it was super blurry and hard to see. It almost looked Redguard from far away. But yeah, but just by glancing at that, I was like, if this is Necrom, if this is true, that style is perfect for the city. Like that is exactly how it should look. I just don't know how it would look as a city because I'm looking at a blurry blob, but it looks like it's so close to what I imagine. And here it is, we're seeing it, you know, it's all in all its glory, in this case, high definition cutscene, and it looks just like how I wanted it to look. I mean, it's just got that perfect feel to it. It almost like what she's leaning on here kind of mimics the aesthetic of a lot of the pillars you'll see in like actual Dunmer tombs, which is just so fitting for Necrom. You know, you got that big statue in the back as well, and the candles. It's just so well thought out. But yeah, so yeah, I did get that data mine ages ago, but by that point, I was already on the Necrom train. I was like, this has got to be it. This has got to be it. And then stuff started happening, and I was like, wait a minute, am I being lied to? Is this a red herring? Because that would be awful. I was going to be so sad. So they come out of their robes. They should probably put their clothes back on, but it is the middle of the night. No one's looking. So they all ready their weapons without pants. He just looks so happy in the back. I don't know if you can see that with the quality of my stream, but he looks so happy in the back. Do you see his face? He just looks so pleased. It looks like a Daedric pillar you can get, as I've already kind of, yeah. I mean, like there's a lot of like, you can see a lot of similarities between like Chimer and Dummer architecture with, you know, Daedric architecture, and there's a reason for that, obviously, because you can't really have one without the other. But it's the very like smooth curves with the sharp points sometimes at the end, curves and ramps. He just looks so happy. All of them look incredibly happy. She doesn't look happy though. So I mean, you get a good look at the thing in the middle when she goes up to it after the fight. That was incredible, by the way. So you get a much better look at it here. I can't quite tell what it is though. Yeah, it might be. It almost looks like flowers, but it might be bones. It wouldn't be too shocking if it was bones. But it's like a big circle. This is no doubt actually somewhere that you can look at in the city. I'm just not aware of it. The Elder Scrolls movie with the video style quality destroyers. Yeah, it's just that these are probably so expensive to make, you know, but I mean, like, this is so cool. This is like literally what you can do with this new class. Your hand can turn into a bunch of tentacles, and you could just do that. This guy though, he's unstoppable. He is wearing pants though, so that's good. I mean, but like, look at the stone behind her. Just like, bam, just crumbles. And then you get like this super heavy Doctor Strange like scene where she falls through the eyeball. Ends up here. You can see like Hermes Mora up there and his big swirling orb. So man, this is just like, so what they said what they wanted to lean into, her ribs would be crushed. She's shrunk, okay? She's got the cool clothes that you want. This probably isn't her first rodeo. She's and she can also heal. She probably can heal herself. So she's good. The design that they said they wanted to go for with Apocrypha was they said they wanted to go for things that were ancient records, ancient history. So they leaned heavily into like a fossil motif. As you can see fossils in the back. You can see bones in the front. So they wanted to really lean heavily into that to give like this concept of age, which also works really well with Necrom as a whole, you know, because of its whole concept of bones, which is really nice. You love the idea of a class that's using Hermes as its base. The book and the tentacles are so cool. I mean, seeing it in action is just wonderful. All the tentacles just slowly coming up. I mean, there's this very low rumble sound. I feel sorry for him. He seems sad. He literally just seems sad, and I'm like, I feel bad for you. But he's also horrifying at the same time. Here's the question: are they going to keep the same voice actor as base game for, like, you know, everything surrounding on Hermes Mora? Are they going to keep the same voice actor? Or are they going to try to get, you know, another voice actor, Wes Johnson, maybe? I think someone asked him, and he said that I think he said, like, if I was called, I'd do it. So it doesn't sound like it's going to be him. But man, if it was him, though, you know, it might just be the same voice actor as base game, which is a Dunmer voice, I believe. Derek is the only fan hero character you're gonna see totally be all over her IRL. This is the kind of gal I'm attracted to. Just give her a personal space. She does have a pretty sweet mohawk, though. I couldn't pull that off. I mean, I think it would be. I wouldn't want to wear it, but I think it looks good on her. She's probably crazy by now, though. She's probably like literally insane. Like her brain is probably mush at this point. So I mean, if that's what you're into. So here's what they explain at the very beginning. The things that they're fighting are called hushed. I'm pretty sure hushed are, they said they're like what you become if you are like go to Apocrypha and you can't handle it. Like you just turn into that. I think that's what they said. I've only seen it twice. Usually composed the hairstyle in general, like her hair and such, is fantastic. That also looks very realistic. There he goes being happy again. he just gets out of there. So yeah, these beings I believe are the hushed, and he I guess he controls them, or at least they serve him. It is intriguing. I don't really spend enough time in this scene, where you've got. I mean, it's actually a very crowded night, and it looks like everyone's participating, right? I mean, like these Daedra, I'm sure they're like pretending to be actual Dunmer or something, because there's people out here at night, and they're all watching this, you know, solemnly, because this is probably them moving them to the crypts. Right. I mean, it could be that only a few of them are Daedra, but she's following these ones. She's following them, and then we get that crazy, like he's like, I see everything, because that's like from his perspective. I mean, so then they go into this. I mean, like I don't know if everyone there was Daedra. Everyone here sure is. But yeah, I mean. It's I just want to be here so bad. I want to be here so bad. New ESO chapter allows us to join a cult. Finally, dreams have been answered. You've been part of a cult. Enchantress, you just sleep on bridges. So yeah, there's that. Let's see, what else can I show you? The first DLC for dungeons will be called Scribes of Fate. It seems like the dungeon will be connected to the chapter, so I'm just going to assume. Okay, hold on. Oh wait, hold on. We have titles here. I didn't know that. Scrivener's Hall and Balsam Sonar. They're actually giving it like a name. That means something stone. There's Sunara, but I don't remember what Sunar means. But that means something stone. They're actually giving it like a lore name. I love it when they do that. Also, Scrivener's Hall sounds very unique. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty hyped about that. So, let's see here. These are the dungeons. This is the Scribes of Fate DLC. This will be obviously the first DLC that we get. The armor looks incredible, really. Pretty cool style. I like the staff. That will be March 13th when it goes live. Necrom chapter. They say featuring 30 hours of all the new story content. Not the way I do it. The way I do it's going to be like 300. I'm ready to start shouting out BS in chat. Wait, why? Wait, what? Why? Let's see. 30 hours of content, blah, blah, blah. Lore of the Dark Elves, who call this part of Morrowind home. Dive deep into the eldritch curiosities held within Apocrypha, the realm of Oblivion that the Daedric Prince of Knowledge claims as his own. In Necrom, you become an agent of Vermeas Mora, tasked with investigating a mysterious threat that the Daedric Prince's, or to the Daedric Prince's most closely guarded secrets. You must seek out lost knowledge deep within the heart of the city of the dead and walk between realities to uncover a vast conspiracy powerful enough to endanger Nirn and Oblivion alike. I mean, look at this. Oh man. Look at the dungeon name. Oh, that's right. That's right. Ah, man. That's going to be a shame. Everyone's going to make jokes on that. I'm just going to be like, man, I love this name. As you delve deeper into this forbidding conundrum, you can encounter new and returning characters, including a powerful dark elf mage currently working for Mora, or with Mora, called Laramil the Wise, the fan favorite Morag Tong assassin Naryu, and many more, including Asher. 2 unique worlds of colorful characters, stories, and challenges await Tamriel's adventures in Necrom. Kind of hoping for a Sun and Shadow appearance, but we'll just have to wait and see. Discover the Dark Elves of the Telvanni Peninsula and investigate a scheme that threatens to unravel reality itself. Hermaeus Mora needs mortal assistance, but can the Daedric Prince of Knowledge truly be trusted? The Shadow of Morrowind adventure begins this March with the Scribes of Fate Dungeon DLC and continues into the upcoming Necrom chapter. Keep watch for more information on ElderScrollsOnline.com about this new storyline in the months to come. We're just getting started, or you could go to my Twitch, because I'll also probably be covering that. I mean, like, we've got other stuff, like, you know, new companions and whatnot, the new class, but you already saw stuff for the new class. I think I pretty much covered the really important things. Though, really quick, I am going to... You see, yeah, he does seem like a reasonable guy. He does seem pretty chill. I mean, honestly, he's nowhere near the worst. You know, that's what I want people to say about me. Nowhere near the worst. I want to... let's see, I want to grab my old tabs really quick. One of which was Morrowind music. I wasn't meaning to play it, but I'm doing that now. Give me a second, I want to show you something really quick. Okay. I'm going to save a few images that I'm going to show here. I'm going to save this one, and this one, and this one. Okay. Anytime we see him, before he just seems like someone who has to try to seem normal when he's a super nerd. That's a hard life to live. I don't bother. It's just too much work. Oh my god, it's so much work. Okay. Let's add some pictures. Where are the pictures? I saved the pictures and they're not here. Screw it. Screw it. Hold on. I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna go to my incredibly excited Twitter post and show you guys that, because I don't even care anymore. Look, I'm gonna show you some screenshots of Necrom. Look, you can see at close detail here, big lofty walls, stonework. This is walking down the city. You can clearly get that, like, that kind of temple vibe from what we see here. The dome, the circular curved doorways, and some very interesting, like, ancient looking markings on, like, the fence posts. And here you can see that on the rocks they have these ancient looking markings that are on the inside of the rib cages. Well, it's not actually a rib cage, I don't think. It's on the rock here, and I don't know what these markings mean, but they look super ancient. Dunmeri, well, could be Kimeri. And they're just fascinating. We've got to learn more about these, but it's just so mysterious. It's just makes me excited to learn about those. Because, you know, you see these markings other places, I think. Also, look at that stonework, though, of this big tower. It's brilliant. Such a good idea to go bone white. Okay, so those are just a few preview images I want to show you. There's also Apocrypha. which I think I showed. Yeah, I showed a few pictures of that. And I mean, I'm gonna be going over this for quite a while. We have 4 months. I don't want to think about it, but we have 4 months. I mean, there's so much other stuff. There's so much other things to do. So much theorizing to make and all that stuff. Pre-order bonuses, that kind of thing. But hey, at least I'm waiting excitedly and not waiting like, can we get this over with, you know? Because, I mean, I gotta admit, like if we got, just me personally, if we got like a Bosmer DLC this year, I would have been like, I'm really Ifrayed out, you know, we've had Ifray, we've been doing Ifray stuff all 2022, can we move on, maybe take a break for a second, which is a shame because, yeah, the Bosmer do need their chapter, and they will get their chapter. They'll get Falinesti at some point. And who knows, this might even link to Falinesti. For all we know, this whole thing could link to Falinesti. But I personally really wanted Morrowind this year. I wanted it because I wanted to go from something traditionally medieval to something alien and weird, and we're not only going to Morrowind, but we're also going to Apocrypha, so that just like literally doubles the weird. So it's this jarring shift that reminds me of Daggerfall to Morrowind, and it makes me very excited. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they decide to do. This was pretty much the ideal situation for me. I'm still annoyed that, you know, that there's no communication about what's going on with the Telvanni and the peninsula and all that stuff, and I'd like to talk to, you know, like a writer or something like that, get an answer, because people are getting insufferable when it comes to covering that topic. I just at least want to know, will it be covered? And maybe if they say yes, cool. If they say no, that's a whole other topic. So we have BS before that. That is true. We will have dungeons to kind of whet our appetite, and we'll have lore from that. One looks like it's going to be Nedic. It's going to be like probably in Craglorn maybe. The other one I don't actually know where it is probably going to be in Stonefalls. Now that I think about it, it's probably Stonefalls. I mean, it looks Dunmary and it has Ball in the name. It's a very Dunmary name, so it's got to be Dunmer. The other one sounds like it's going to be in, I would say it could be Craglorn. It could be another dungeon in Craglorn. I wouldn't be too surprised. So, we will look forward to seeing where this goes. Give me a second here. Ah, that's me. That's because I pulled up my Twitch. What's O? What's O? Did you find something surprising? Did you find something interesting? Doing Dolmens and listening to Molag Bal got me thinking about how people complain that we're not in lore books, so ESO isn't lore. What? I'll be sure no tales are told of your valley. You think that's his doing? I don't know if he could do that. I mean, who knows? It really depends. I mean, like maybe that's the true culprit behind who's threatening Apocrypha is Molag Bal, who's like, let's just wipe everything clean, just get rid of all the records for everything. We'll just start fresh. I'm thinking if they're gonna do any kind of we're gonna fix the sequel problem thing, it'll probably have to do with Apocrypha. We might be seeing it right now. Personally, I don't really care if they don't do it, because the prequel, did I say sequel? The prequel problem is very common, and it's just, to me, it's just kind of like, it's like, you know, you didn't find any books about these things that happened, you know. It's just kind of like, you just don't see those things. I mean, there's a lot of things that ESO is establishing that should be in books, in future content, in other Elder Scrolls games, but it's just not, because it was written for ESO, but it's not like even current ESO content, right? Like all the Druid stuff for Bretons. Where's all the lore behind that? Where's all the Castlerain stuff? Why don't you ever find a book about Castlerain? Was that wiped off the map? Well, that was, guess what? Like what, the first was like the 300s of the first era. It's like, why was that gotten rid of? That wasn't even anywhere near ESO. I think we just need to accept that your player just didn't encounter a book with that information on it. I just personally view that as an okay way to go around it. I'm not super critical about it, because it's just a thing that people encounter when you make the prequel problem. I mean, like, it's just like, I have a problem when, like, a prequel, like, then contradicts future content, and it causes, like say if Cyrodiil exploded into a million pieces. I mean, it's already in jeopardy, but, like, if it literally was, like, wiped off the map completely, and it's like, it would be like this for 3,000 years, and it's like, that's a problem. That's a problem, you know? You just been hanging out in Dolmen's all day and everything. He said you think about it a little more. Well, thinking is good. Theories are good. It's good to get the brain moving. I say we should raid Timey. Thank you so much for being here. It's appreciated. I'll probably be here at 9 p.m. Central tomorrow, or today. Not at midnight. Midnight is my Wednesday night thing, because I get in here late. But I should be here at 9 p.m. and probably the same on Friday, and Saturday and Sunday will be 7. I don't think it's something people should overthink because of those other games, even though it's Star Wars style and they came out more recent. The player has to accept the actual time frame. Yeah, players gotta accept it. I think that's just how I feel. I feel like it's just gonna be, you know, the obvious answer is they didn't think of it yet, and it's just that's just how this is how things work sometimes. It's not like it really breaks anything. You just didn't find a book with it. But who knows? We'll see. We'll see if they decide to do something. I will see you guys next time. Thank you so much for being here. It's been fun going over all these things. I'll see ya.